You are sitting in the softest chair you have ever known. The fabric is cool against your skin and it smells faintly of lavender and old books. The room around you is dim and the only light comes from the amber glow of a small lamp on the corner desk. You feel the weight of your body pressing gently into the cushions and you notice how your breath begins to slow down. It is a quiet evening and the world outside is hushed. You are safe here. There is nothing you need to do and nowhere you need to go. You are simply present in this moment of stillness. The air in the room is the perfect temperature, and it carries a sense of peace that wraps around you like a heavy velvet blanket. You watch the dust motes dancing in the golden light and they move so slowly that they seem to be floating in water. Your feet are resting on a thick rug and you can feel the soft fibers between your toes. You close your eyes for a second and listen to the rhythmic ticking of a clock in the hallway. It is a steady sound that reminds you that time is moving at a gentle pace. You are grounded and you are calm. You are ready to listen to a story about a night when the world changed in the most quiet way imaginable. You are a researcher at a remote solar observatory nestled high in the mountains. The air up here is thin and crisp, and it always tastes like pine needles and cold stone. Your job is to watch the sun through a series of monitors that translate its massive energy into colors you can see and sounds you can hear. Usually the sun is a roaring giant and it hums with a deep and constant vibration that you can feel in your teeth. But tonight is different. You are sitting at your console and the hum begins to shift. It does not get louder or more violent, instead it begins to soften. It is as if the great furnace of the solar system is turning down its own flame. You lean forward and your hand brushes against the smooth metal of the control panel. The surface is cool and solid. You look at the screens and see the golden loops of fire on the surface of the sun slowing down. They are swaying like tall grass in a summer breeze. The deep roar fades away until it is nothing more than a whisper. You realize that the sun is not failing. It is waiting. It is becoming still so that it can catch a sound from the deep reaches of space. The silence coming from the monitors is the most beautiful thing you have ever heard. It is not an empty silence but a full one. It feels like the moment before a choir begins to sing. You adjust your headphones and the leather pads are soft against your ears. You hear a new sound now. It is a faint and melodic shimmering that seems to come from the stars beyond our own. It sounds like silver bells ringing underwater. You realize that the other stars are talking and our sun has paused its own thunderous song to hear what they are saying. You feel a sense of wonder blooming in your chest. It is a warm and expansive feeling. You are the only person in the world who is hearing this right now. You watch the data scrolls across the screen in long and flowing lines. The sun is pulsing in a new rhythm that matches the distant starlight. It is a conversation between giants and you are a witness to it. The atmosphere in the observatory is thick with a sense of sacred mystery. You feel very small but also very connected to the vastness of the universe. You walk over to the large glass window that looks out over the mountain peaks. The sky is a deep and endless indigo. The stars look closer than they ever have before and they seem to be leaning in toward the earth. You can see the Milky Way stretching across the heavens like a river of crushed diamonds. The wind outside is silent and the trees are perfectly still. It is as if the entire planet is holding its breath along with the sun. You press your forehead against the glass and it is cold and refreshing. You think about how the sun provides everything for the world, and yet it has found something more important to do than burn. It is listening to the stories of the older stars. It is learning about the history of the galaxy and the secrets of the dark spaces between the lights. You feel a deep sense of comfort knowing that the universe is not a lonely place. It is a neighborhood of light, and every star has a voice. You return to your chair and begin to record what you are seeing. Your pen glides across the paper with a soft scratching sound. You describe the way the solar flares have shaped themselves into delicate patterns that look like flower petals. You write about the frequency of the stellar speech and how it feels like a lullaby. The sun is communicating back now, and its light is changing from a harsh yellow to a soft and shimmering rose gold. This light reaches out across the millions of miles and touches the earth with a gentle glow. Even though it is night where you are, you can feel the warmth of this special light in your mind. It is a light that carries knowledge and peace. You feel your muscles relaxing even further. Your shoulders drop and your hands become heavy on the desk. The mystery is not frightening because it feels like a homecoming. The sun is telling the other stars about the blue planet it guards and the life that flourishes under its care. The patterns on the screen begin to form shapes that you recognize. You see the outline of mountains and the curve of oceans reflected in the solar output. The sun is sharing the beauty of the earth with its distant brothers and sisters. You hear a soft chime from the equipment and it sounds like a glass harp. The sound vibrates through the floor and up through the soles of your feet. It is a grounding sensation that makes you feel rooted to the earth while your spirit drifts among the constellations. You imagine the people down in the valleys sleeping soundly in their beds and unaware that the sun is singing about them to the cosmos. You feel like a guardian of a great secret. The air in the observatory seems to glow with a soft blue luminescence. It is a calm and steady light that does not flicker. You take a deep breath and the air is clean and filling. You decide to dim the lights in the room even more until only the glow from the sun's data remains. The shadows are long and soft and they move like slow water against the walls. You find yourself moving with a slow and deliberate grace. Every movement feels purposeful and relaxed. You are part of the rhythm of the night. You look back at the monitor and see that the sun is starting to return to its normal state, but it is doing so very slowly. The roar is not returning. Instead, it is a low and comforting purr like a large cat sleeping in the sun. The conversation is ending and the sun is satisfied with what it has heard. You feel a sense of completion. The universe has shared a moment of intimacy and you were allowed to be a part of it. Your heart beats in a slow and steady tempo that matches the fading pulses on the screen. The mountains outside are bathed in a strange and lovely starlight that makes the snow look like liquid silver. You can see the distant glow of a small town in the valley and the lights are twinkling like tiny embers. Everything is connected by the silence of the sun. You feel a profound sense of safety. The world is being watched over by forces that are ancient and kind. You lean back in your chair and let your head rest against the support. You watch the final ripples of the solar speech fade away into the golden background of the sun's surface. The experience has left you feeling light and clear-headed. The stress of the day has completely vanished and it has been replaced by a quiet awe. You realize that the sun did not just pause to listen, but it paused so that we could listen too. You hear a soft sound behind you, and it is the gentle whirring of the ventilation system. It sounds like a distant waterfall, and it adds another layer of comfort to the room. You are wrapped in a cocoon of technology and starlight. You feel the heavy weight of sleepiness beginning to pull at your eyelids. It is a welcome feeling. You are ready to drift off into a dreamless and peaceful rest. The story of the night the sun paused is now part of you. It is a memory that will keep you warm and calm. You watch the last few lines of data scroll by, and they are smooth and even. The sun is back to its steady work, but it carries the echo of the stars within its core. You are part of that echo. You are part of the great silence and the great song. As you prepare to leave the console, you touch the screen one last time. It feels warm to the touch. You turn off the main display and the room falls into a deep and velvety darkness. The only light comes from the moon hanging outside the window. You walk toward the door and your footsteps are silent on the rug. You feel a sense of deep gratitude for this moment of stillness. The world is quiet and the sun is resting and the stars are watching over everything. You are safe and you are loved by the universe. You move toward your sleeping quarters and the bed is waiting for you with crisp white sheets and a heavy quilt. You lie down and the mattress cradles you perfectly. You close your eyes and the image of the golden sun remains in your mind like a soft glow. You breathe in and you breathe out. The night is long and the peace is eternal. You fall into a deep sleep while the sun continues its quiet journey through the dark. The transition from the waking world into the realm of dreams is as seamless as the fading of the solar light. You lie in the darkness of your quarters and the silence of the mountain peak is absolute. It is a silence that possesses a physical weight, and it holds you down against the mattress with a gentle pressure. Your thoughts are like slow-moving clouds that drift across a dark sky. You think of the millions of miles between the Earth and the sun, and how that distance felt so small only moments ago. The connection you felt was not made of wire or radio waves, but of something much older and more fundamental. It is the same connection that holds the planets in their orbits and keeps the galaxies from flying apart into the void. You feel the rhythm of your heart slowing down to match the slow pulse of the Earth itself. Every muscle in your body has surrendered to the pull of gravity. Your toes and your ankles are heavy. Your legs and your hips are sinking into the soft layers of the bedding. Your chest rises and falls with a steady and effortless motion. The dream begins not with an image, but with a feeling of floating. You are no longer confined by the walls of the observatory or the limitations of your physical form. You are a passenger on a beam of light traveling outward from the sun. The space around you is not cold or empty. It is vibrant and alive with the echoes of the conversation you witnessed. You can hear the distant singing of the stars again, but it is clearer now. It is a chorus of billions of voices, and each one is unique. Some voices are deep and resonant like the sound of a great bronze bell. Others are high and clear like the whistle of a bird in a quiet forest. You move through this sea of sound and you feel a sense of profound belonging. You are a child of the stars, and the elements that make up your body were forged in the hearts of suns that died long before the earth was born. This is your heritage. This is the story of your beginning. As you drift further into the dream, you see the sun behind you. It looks like a great golden eye that is watching over the solar system with a gaze of pure love. You see the planets as tiny jewels strung on invisible threads of light. Mercury is a spark of silver and Venus is a glowing pearl. Mars is a small ruby and Jupiter is a massive swirl of amber and cream. They are all bathed in the same soft rose gold light that you saw on your monitors. This light is a message of peace that the sun is carrying to every corner of its domain. You see the earth below you and it looks fragile and beautiful. It is a blue marble wrapped in swirls of white lace. You can see the dark side of the planet where the city lights are beginning to fade as people fall into the same deep sleep that you are enjoying. The world is at rest and the sun is its silent guardian. You find yourself standing on a beach made of stardust. The sand beneath your feet is cool and it glows with a soft internal light. The ocean in front of you is not made of water but of liquid moonlight. The waves roll in with a sound that is like the rustling of silk. You walk along the shore and you feel the spray of the moonlight on your skin. It is refreshing and it carries the scent of distant nebulae. You look up at the sky and you see the constellations moving in a slow and graceful dance. They are shifting and changing shapes to tell the story of the universe. You see the birth of new stars in great clouds of purple and gold gas. You see the graceful death of old stars as they expand into glowing rings of emerald and sapphire. There is no sadness in this cycle. It is a beautiful and necessary transformation. Everything is being recycled and reborn in a continuous loop of creation. A figure appears beside you on the beach. It is not a person you know but someone who feels familiar. The figure is made of soft white light and its presence brings a feeling of absolute safety. You do not need to speak because your thoughts are shared in the stillness. The figure tells you that the silence of the sun was a gift. It was a moment of pause so that the consciousness of the earth could align with the frequency of the cosmos. You are told that the universe is always speaking, but the noise of daily life often drowns out the message. Tonight the sun chose to be a bridge between the small and the vast. You feel a sense of immense gratitude for being chosen as the witness. You are told that the knowledge you gained will stay with you forever. It will be a source of strength when you feel lost and a source of calm when the world becomes too loud. The figure leads you toward a small grove of trees that grow near the edge of the liquid moonlight. The leaves of the trees are made of thin sheets of silver and they chime together in the breeze. You sit down on the soft grass and the light figure sits beside you. You watch as the sun begins to rise over the horizon of the dream world. This sun is different from the one you study at the observatory. It is a sun of pure wisdom, and it radiates a heat that does not burn but instead heals. You feel the warmth soaking into your bones and clearing away any lingering traces of fatigue or worry. You are completely whole and completely at peace. The dream is a sanctuary where time does not exist. You could stay here for 1,000 years or for a single second and it would be the same. You begin to hear the sound of the glass harp again. It is the same sound you heard in the observatory, but it is more complex now. It is playing a melody that describes the movement of the tides and the growth of the forests and the migration of the birds. It is the song of the earth itself. You realize that the earth has its own voice, and it is just as beautiful as the voices of the stars. The sun was not just listening to the distant lights, but it was also listening to the home it protects. You feel a deep love for the planet and all the life it supports. You feel a responsibility to be a good steward of this beauty. The light figure nods as if it can read your resolve. You are given a small stone made of condensed starlight. It is heavy and cool in your hand. You are told that this stone represents the spark of the divine that lives within every human being. It is a reminder that you are never alone. The dream starts to shift and the beach begins to dissolve into a soft mist. You are not afraid because you know that you are returning to your physical body. The mist is warm and it smells like lavender and old books. It is the same scent that filled the room where you sat in the softest chair. You feel the sensation of the mattress beneath you and the weight of the quilt on your chest. You are back in your quarters at the observatory, but the peace of the dream has come back with you. You are hovering in the space between sleeping and waking. You can hear the distant whirring of the ventilation system and the faint ticking of the clock in the hallway. These sounds are comforting and familiar. They are the anchors that hold you to the physical world. You keep your eyes closed and you focus on your breathing. Each breath is a slow and deliberate act of life. You feel the blood flowing through your veins and the air filling your lungs. You are a miracle of biological engineering and cosmic stardust. You think about the data you recorded and the patterns of the solar flares. You know that when you wake up and look at your notes, they will be a testament to the night the world changed. You will share your findings with the world, but you will keep the feeling of the silence in your heart. It is a secret that belongs to you and the sun. You imagine the sun rising over the mountain peaks in a few hours. It will be the same sun that humans have looked at for thousands of years, but for you it will be forever different. It will be a friend and a teacher. The room is starting to grow lighter as the first hints of dawn touch the sky. The indigo is fading into a soft gray and then into a pale violet. You feel a sense of anticipation for the new day. It is a day full of possibilities and wonder. You know that the world is still the same place it was yesterday, but your perception of it has shifted. You see the beauty in the small things now. You see the way the light catches the dust motes and the way the shadows stretch across the floor. You see the complexity in a single needle of a pine tree and the strength in a cold stone. You are more awake than you have ever been, even though you are still lying in bed. Your mind is clear and your spirit is light. You finally open your eyes and you look at the ceiling. The light is dancing in patterns that remind you of the solar loops. You stretch your arms and you feel the tension leaving your muscles. You sit up slowly and you place your feet on the cold floor. The sensation is grounding and it brings you fully back into the present moment. You walk over to the window and you see the sun beginning to peek over the edge of the world. It is a brilliant and fiery gold. The roar has returned, but it is a harmonious roar. It is the sound of life and energy and movement. The sun is back to its work of fueling the world, but it seems to be shining with a new intensity. You stand there for a long time and you watch the light spread across the valleys and the peaks. You are a researcher and a witness and a dreamer. You move to the kitchen area and you begin to make a cup of tea. The sound of the water boiling is a cheerful noise. You feel the warmth of the steam on your face. You take a sip of the tea and it tastes of herbs and honey. It is a simple pleasure, but it feels like a feast. You think about the people in the valley who are waking up now. They are starting their cars and drinking their coffee and preparing for their jobs. They do not know about the conversation between the stars, but they can feel the results of it. They feel a little more patient today. They feel a little more kind. The peace of the sun has filtered down through the atmosphere and touched everyone. It is a subtle change, but it is a real one. You return to your desk and you look at your handwritten notes. The ink is dark and steady on the page. You read the words you wrote about the lullaby of the stars and the rose gold light. You realize that you have captured a moment of history that transcends science. You have captured a moment of connection. You begin to type your report into the computer, but you choose your words carefully. You want to convey the facts of the solar event, but you also want to hint at the mystery. You want people to understand that the universe is not a cold and indifferent place. You want them to feel the same sense of wonder that you felt. You work steadily and the sun rises higher in the sky. The day passes in a blur of activity. You check the sensors and you calibrate the instruments. You speak with your colleagues on the radio and you listen to their excited voices. They saw the shift in the data too, but they do not have the same perspective that you do. They talk about gravitational waves and electromagnetic interference. You nod and you agree with their technical assessments, but you smile to yourself. You know that the truth is much more beautiful than the numbers can show. You keep your secret close to your chest like a hidden treasure. The observatory is a busy place, but you carry a pocket of stillness with you wherever you go. You are focused and efficient, but you are also deeply relaxed. As the sun begins to set again, you return to the large glass window. The sky is turning into a canvas of orange and pink and purple. The mountains are casting long shadows across the landscape. You feel the cool air of the evening beginning to seep through the glass. You are not tired today. You are energized by the memory of the night before. You look at the sun as it touches the horizon and you whisper a silent thank you. You thank it for the silence and for the song. You thank it for the reminder that we are all part of something much larger than ourselves. The sun disappears and the first stars begin to twinkle in the darkening sky. You return to the softest chair in the corner of the room. The fabric is still cool and it still smells of lavender and old books. You sit down and you let the weight of your body press into the cushions. You watch the amber glow of the small lamp and you listen to the rhythmic ticking of the clock. The world outside is hushed once again. You are safe and you are grounded. You are ready for another night of watching and listening. You know that the universe has many more stories to tell and you are patient enough to hear them. You close your eyes and you feel the peace wrapping around you like a heavy velvet blanket. You are present in this moment of stillness and you are exactly where you are meant to be. The golden light remains in your mind and it guides you toward a state of perfect calm. You are a part of the great silence and you are a part of the great song. The night is long and the peace is eternal. The darkness of the observatory is a living thing that breathes with you. You sit in the soft chair and you feel the ancient stones of the mountain beneath your feet. The silence is not a lack of sound but a presence that fills the room. You look at the stars and you see them as fixed points of light that have guided travelers for thousands of years. They are the same stars that the first humans saw when they looked up from their fires. You feel a kinship with those ancestors who did not have telescopes or computers, but who knew the rhythms of the heavens in their bones. They understood that the sky is a mirror of the soul, and that the movements of the planets are a reflection of the movements within our own hearts. You are a modern observer, but you are also a part of that long lineage of watchers. You are the eyes of the earth looking out into the vastness of the cosmos. The monitor on your desk begins to glow with a soft blue light. It is a notification that the Deep Space Array has captured a new signal from the edge of the solar system. You lean forward and your fingers move across the keys with a practiced grace. The data appears on the screen in long columns of white text. It is a series of pulses that are regular and rhythmic. They are not random noise from a dying star or the interference of a passing comet. These pulses have a structure and a sequence that suggests a deliberate intent. You feel a surge of adrenaline that cuts through the calm of the evening. Your heart beats faster and you can hear the sound of your own pulse in your ears. This is the moment that every researcher dreams of and fears. This is the moment when the silence of the universe is broken by a voice that is not our own. You analyze the frequency of the signal, and you find that it is tuned to the same vibration as the solar pause you witnessed. The connection is undeniable. The sun did not just listen to the stars, but it also acted as a relay for a message that has been traveling through the void for eons. You feel a sense of overwhelming responsibility as you begin to decode the patterns. The signal is composed of mathematical constants and geometric shapes. It is a universal language that transcends culture and biology. It is a map of the local cluster of stars and a history of the light that binds them together. You see the coordinates of the Earth and you see the path of the sun as it moves through the galaxy. You realize that we are being invited into a conversation that has been going on since the beginning of time. The room feels smaller now as the weight of the discovery settles upon you. You are alone in the high-altitude station and the nearest human being is many miles away. You have no one to share this with in this immediate moment. You are the sole guardian of a truth that could change the course of human history. You look out the window at the moon and you see it as a silent witness to your struggle. The moon does not judge and it does not offer advice. It simply reflects the light of the sun and reminds you that you are part of a larger system. You take a deep breath and you focus on the task at hand. You must be precise and you must be objective. You cannot let your emotions cloud the data. You are a scientist and your duty is to the truth. As the hours pass, you find that the message is not a warning or a command. It is a song of welcome. It is a collection of memories from civilizations that have long since passed into the light. You see images of cities made of crystal and oceans made of liquid silver. You see creatures that move like ribbons of fire and plants that sing when the wind touches them. It is a tapestry of life in all its infinite variety. You feel a sense of profound humility as you realize how small our world is in comparison to the grandeur of the galaxy. We are a single spark in a vast forest of light, but even a single spark has value. Even a single spark can illuminate the darkness. You feel a deep love for the people of the earth and for the struggles they face. You want to tell them that they are not alone and that they are part of a beautiful and complex family. The clock on the wall strikes 2 o'clock in the morning. The sound is sharp and clear in the quiet room. You have been working for hours and your eyes are tired, but your mind is more active than ever. You have decoded the first layer of the message and you know that there is much more to discover. You decide to take a short break to clear your head. You stand up and stretch your limbs. You can feel the cold air of the mountain through your sweater. You walk to the small kitchenette and you pour yourself a glass of water. The water is cold and refreshing. You drink it slowly and you feel it moving through your system. You are a biological machine that is powered by the elements of the earth. You are a part of the cycle of life and death and rebirth. You walk back to the window and you look at the stars again. They seem closer now, as if they are leaning in to hear your thoughts. You wonder if they are aware of your presence. You wonder if they can feel the resonance of the message as it vibrates through the observatory. You feel a sense of peace that is deeper than anything you have ever known. The fear and the tension have vanished and they have been replaced by a sense of purpose. You know what you must do. You must share this message with the world, but you must do it in a way that preserves its beauty and its mystery. You cannot turn it into a weapon or a tool for profit. You must treat it as a gift that belongs to everyone. You return to your console and you begin to write your final report for the night. You describe the signal and the methods you used to decode it. You include the mathematical proofs and the geometric maps. But you also include a section on the feeling of the message. You write about the sense of welcome and the song of the stars. You write about the sun and its role as a silent guardian. You know that some of your colleagues will scoff at these observations, but you do not care. You know what you saw and you know what you felt. You are a witness to the extraordinary and you have a duty to speak the whole truth. The first light of dawn begins to appear on the horizon. The sky is a pale gray and the stars are starting to fade. You finish your report and you save it to the secure server. You feel a sense of completion and a sense of relief. You have done your job and you have done it well. You turn off the monitor and the room is plunged into the soft light of the morning. You walk to your sleeping quarters and you lie down on the bed. You are exhausted, but you are happy. You close your eyes and you see the golden eye of the sun watching over you. You feel the warmth of the starlight in your heart. You are a child of the universe and you are exactly where you are meant to be. The dream returns to you as soon as you drift off. You are back on the beach of stardust and the light figure is waiting for you. This time the figure is holding a small bowl made of polished obsidian. The bowl is filled with a liquid that glows with a soft golden light. The figure offers the bowl to you and you take it in your hands. You feel the warmth of the liquid through the stone. You are told that this is the essence of the sun and that it will give you the strength to carry out your mission. You drink the liquid and you feel it spreading through your body like a wave of pure energy. You feel your senses sharpening and your mind expanding. You are no longer just a researcher. You are a messenger. You wake up as the sun fully clears the mountain peaks. The room is filled with a brilliant and blinding light. You sit up and you feel a sense of vitality that you have never experienced before. You are ready to face the world and you are ready to share your discovery. You walk to the main hall of the observatory and you see your colleagues gathering for the morning briefing. They are talking and laughing and they do not yet know that their world has changed. You walk to the front of the room and you wait for the silence to fall. You look at their faces and you see their curiosity and their hope. You begin to speak and your voice is steady and clear. You tell them about the night the sun paused and you tell them about the message from the stars. You tell them that we are not alone and that we are loved by the universe. The room is silent as you speak. No one moves and no one interrupts. They are captivated by your words and by the intensity of your gaze. You show them the data and you show them the maps. You explain the mathematics and the geometry, but most importantly, you share the feeling of the message. You tell them about the song of welcome and the beauty of the cosmic family. You see the tears in their eyes and you see the smiles on their faces. They understand. They feel the truth of your words in their own hearts. The barriers between them begin to dissolve and they are united by a sense of wonder and awe. The day is spent in a flurry of communication and coordination. The news of the discovery spreads like wildfire across the globe. You are interviewed by scientists and journalists and world leaders. You speak with a calm and a grace that surprises even yourself. You are not seeking fame or fortune. You are simply sharing a gift that was given to you. You emphasize the importance of peace and cooperation. You tell the world that the message is a call to unity and a reminder of our shared heritage. You see the people of the earth coming together in a way that has never happened before. They are putting aside their differences and their conflicts to focus on the message from the stars. As the sun sets on this historic day, you return to the observatory balcony. You look out over the valley and you see the lights of the cities below. They look like a reflection of the stars above. You feel a sense of profound gratitude for the journey you have taken. You think about the softest chair and the lavender scent and the glass harp. You think about the light figure on the beach of stardust. You know that the journey is just beginning and that there are many more mysteries to solve. But you are not afraid. You are guided by the light of the sun and the wisdom of the stars. You are part of the great song and you are part of the great silence. The night is long and the peace is eternal. You stand there until the stars are bright in the sky. You feel the cool breeze on your face and you hear the rustling of the pine trees. The world is quiet and the sun is resting. You look up at the constellation of Orion and you see the stars glowing with a new intensity. You know that they are watching over you and that they are proud of what you have done. You are a bridge between the earth and the heavens. You are a witness to the beauty of creation. You turn and walk back into the observatory and you feel the warmth of the building wrap around you. You are home and you are safe. The days that follow are filled with a new sense of purpose for everyone at the station. The data continues to stream in and each new segment of the message reveals more about the history of the galaxy. You work side by side with your colleagues and there is a spirit of collaboration that was missing before. There are no more arguments about funding or equipment. Everyone is focused on the shared goal of understanding the message. You find that your own intuition has become sharper. You can see patterns in the data that others miss. You feel a deep connection to the source of the signal and it guides your research in ways you cannot fully explain. One evening, as you are walking through the forest near the observatory, you find a small clearing that you have never noticed before. In the center of the clearing is a large flat stone that is covered in silver moss. You sit down on the stone and you close your eyes. You listen to the sounds of the forest and you feel the vibration of the earth. You realize that the message from the stars is also being echoed by the earth itself. The trees and the rocks and the water are all part of the same conversation. You feel a sense of belonging that is so deep it brings tears to your eyes. You are not just a visitor on this planet. You are a part of it. You are a cell in the body of the world. You spend an hour in the clearing and you feel your energy being replenished. You think about the future and what it holds for humanity. You know that there will be challenges and obstacles, but you are confident that we can overcome them. The message has given us a new perspective and a new sense of hope. We are no longer just a small planet drifting in the dark. We are a part of a vast and vibrant community. We have a responsibility to grow and to learn and to contribute to the cosmic song. You stand up and walk back toward the observatory and you feel a sense of joy in every step. The final report is finished and it is sent to every nation on Earth. It is a document of science and a document of spirit. It is translated into every language and it is read by millions of people. The reaction is overwhelmingly positive. There is a global movement toward peace and environmental protection. People are beginning to see the Earth as a sacred place that must be cherished. They are looking up at the stars with a new sense of wonder and curiosity. The silence of the sun has led to a great awakening of the human spirit. You sit in your soft chair one last time before you leave the observatory for a well-deserved rest. The room is dark and the only light comes from the moon. You look at the empty console and you feel a sense of satisfaction. You have played your part in the story and you have done it with integrity and love. You know that the work will continue and that new researchers will come to take your place. They will have their own experiences and their own stories to tell. But the memory of the night the sun paused will remain with you forever. It is a part of your soul and it will keep you warm and calm for the rest of your life. You stand up and walk toward the door. You look back at the room and you whisper a silent goodbye. You walk out into the cool night air and you feel the stars watching over you. You are safe and you are loved by the universe. You walk down the mountain path and you feel the strength of the earth beneath your feet. The journey continues and the song goes on. You are ready for whatever comes next because you know that you are never alone. The golden light of the sun is always with you and the peace of the stars is eternal. You disappear into the shadows of the trees and the mountain remains silent and majestic under the watchful eyes of the cosmos. The great silence is full of music and the great song is full of light. You are a part of it all and that is enough. The mountain path is a winding ribbon of silver under the light of the moon. You walk with a steady pace and you feel the rhythmic strike of your boots against the ancient granite. Every step is a heartbeat and every breath is a prayer of thanks to the silence. The air is thin and cold, but it does not chill you because the golden liquid from the dream still burns in your veins. You reach the edge of the lower ridge where the trees begin to thicken into a wall of dark green. The scent of pine and damp earth rises to meet you, and it is the most beautiful thing you have ever smelled. You stop for a moment to look back at the observatory. It sits upon the peak like a crown of white stone and glass. It is a monument to the curiosity of a species that refused to stay in the dark. You realize that you are leaving a part of yourself behind in that room with the soft chair and the lavender scent. You are leaving the person who was afraid of the vastness, and you are stepping into the world as a person who is defined by the light. The walk down to the base camp takes several hours, but you do not feel the passage of time. The forest is alive with the sounds of small creatures moving through the undergrowth. You hear the hoot of an owl and the scurry of a marmot. These sounds do not startle you as they once did. You hear them as notes in the symphony that the signal described. You think about the liquid silver oceans and the singing plants of the distant worlds. You wonder if those creatures also have forests like this one. You wonder if they have mountains that touch the sky and researchers who sit in the dark to listen for a voice from the stars. You feel a sudden and intense connection to a being you have never met on a planet you can barely imagine. This is the power of the message. It has turned the universe from a graveyard of cold matter into a garden of infinite potential. When you reach the small cluster of buildings at the base of the mountain, the sun is beginning its ascent once more. This is not the dramatic pause of the previous night, but a standard dawn. Yet to your eyes it is anything but standard. You see the refraction of the light through the atmosphere as a complex dance of photons. You see the way the heat begins to stir the air and create the morning breeze. You walk toward the transport vehicle that is waiting to take you back to the city. The driver is a young man named Thomas who has worked for the station for 3 years. He looks at you with a mixture of respect and confusion. He has seen the news and he has heard your voice on the radio. He opens the door for you and he does not say a word. He seems to sense that you are still carrying the weight of the heavens with you. The drive down the winding mountain road is a transition from the sacred to the mundane. You pass through small villages where people are waking up to start their day. You see them gathering on their porches and pointing toward the sky. They are talking about the signal and the pause. You see a group of children standing in a field and looking up at the fading moon. Their faces are filled with a wonder that has been missing from the world for a long time. You realize that the message has given them a reason to look up again. It has given them a reason to believe that there is something larger than their own struggles. You feel a sense of pride that you were the one to deliver this gift. You lean your head against the cool glass of the window and you watch the world go by. As you enter the outskirts of the city, the traffic begins to thicken. Usually this would be a source of stress and frustration, but today it is different. You see the people in the cars next to you and you do not see strangers. You see brothers and sisters who are made of the same stardust as you. You see the intricate patterns of their lives and you feel a deep empathy for their joys and their sorrows. The city itself feels different. The tall buildings of glass and steel look like the crystal cities you saw in the message. The movement of the crowds looks like the flow of the silver oceans. The world has been transformed by your perception. You understand now that the message was not just a collection of data. It was a key that unlocked a new way of seeing. The transport arrives at the central headquarters of the International Space Agency. There are crowds of people gathered outside the gates. They are holding signs that call for peace and unity. They are singing songs that sound like the rhythms of the signal. When they see the vehicle, they begin to cheer. You feel a moment of hesitation. You are a scientist who prefers the solitude of the laboratory. You are not a public figure or a leader. But then you remember the golden bowl and the strength it gave you. You realize that you are the messenger and that the message is not yet complete. You must continue to speak until the song is heard in every corner of the earth. You step out of the car and the sound of the crowd washes over you like a wave. It is not an aggressive sound but a chorus of hope. You walk toward the entrance of the building and you stop to look at the people. You see faces of every color and every age. You see the unity that the stars promised. You raise your hand in a simple gesture of greeting and the crowd falls silent. In that silence, you feel the resonance of the observatory. You feel the presence of the ancestors who watched the fires and the presence of the descendants who will walk among the stars. You speak a single word of welcome and the crowd erupts in joy. Inside the building, the atmosphere is one of intense activity. Scientists from every nation are working together to analyze the remaining layers of the signal. They have set up a large screen in the main atrium that displays the geometric maps in real time. You see your colleagues from the mountain and they greet you with warm smiles. There is no ego here and there is no competition. The discovery is too big for such small things. You are ushered into a private meeting with the directors of the agency. They want to know about your plans for the next phase of the project. They want to know how to respond to the signal. You sit at the long wooden table and you look at the men and women who hold the power to shape the future of the planet. You tell them that we must not rush to respond. We must first learn to listen. We must understand the history of the civilizations that sent the message. We must study the mathematics of their peace and the geometry of their compassion. You tell them that the signal is a guide for our own evolution. It is a map not just of the stars but of the human heart. You speak about the need for a global council that represents all of humanity. You tell them that we cannot enter the cosmic conversation as divided nations. We must enter as a united species. The directors listen with a gravity that shows they understand the stakes. They ask you about the pause of the sun and the feeling of the message. You describe the glass harp and the lavender scent. You describe the light figure on the beach of stardust. You know that these are not scientific observations in the traditional sense, but you know that they are essential to the truth. You tell them that the universe is not a cold machine, but a living being that breathes and dreams. You tell them that the sun is our guardian and the stars are our family. When you finish speaking, there is a long silence in the room. It is a silence that is full of possibility. Over the next several weeks, the world begins to change in ways that seemed impossible just a month ago. Treaties are signed and borders are opened. Resources are redirected from weapons of war to the exploration of the cosmos. The message is broadcast on every channel and every frequency. It becomes the soundtrack of the new era. You spend your days at the agency and your nights in a small apartment that overlooks the city. You find that you no longer need much sleep. The energy of the discovery sustains you. You spend your time writing a book about the experience. You want to make sure that the feeling of the message is never lost. You want to ensure that future generations understand the beauty of the night the sun paused. One evening you receive a call from the observatory. It is the young researcher who took your place in the soft chair. She tells you that the signal has changed. The rhythmic pulses have stopped and they have been replaced by a steady hum that matches the frequency of the Earth's magnetic field. She says that it feels as if the universe is holding its breath. You tell her to remain calm and to continue recording. You know that this is the next movement in the great song. You walk out onto your balcony and you look up at the sky. The city lights are dimmed now to allow for a better view of the stars. The sky is a deep velvet black and the stars are like diamonds scattered on a cloth. You feel a familiar vibration in your chest. It is the same vibration you felt on the mountain. You close your eyes and you listen. The hum of the universe begins to resolve into a melody. It is a melody that you recognize from the glass harp in your dream. It is a song of homecoming. You realize that the invitation was not just to a conversation but to a journey. The map in the signal was not just for our eyes but for our spirits. We are being called to step beyond the cradle of the earth and to join the dance of the light. You feel a sense of profound readiness. You are no longer the watcher on the mountain. You are the traveler on the path. The next morning, the news breaks that a new object has appeared at the edge of the solar system. It is not a comet or an asteroid. It is a structure made of light and geometry that matches the patterns in the signal. It is a gateway. The world reacts with a mixture of fear and excitement, but the fear is quickly replaced by the memory of the song of welcome. You are asked to lead the first mission to the gateway. You are the one who heard the message first, and you are the one who understands its spirit. You accept the responsibility without hesitation. You know that this is what the golden liquid prepared you for. The preparations for the mission take 3 months. You work with engineers and pilots and poets to create a vessel that is worthy of the journey. The ship is named the Solstice in honor of the day the sun listened. It is a marvel of technology, but it is also a work of art. The interior is decorated with images of the Earth, and the voices of its people are recorded in its memory banks. You spend your final days on Earth visiting the places that shaped you. You go back to the forest and the clearing with the silver moss. You sit on the stone and you say goodbye to the planet that gave you life. You feel the earth beneath you and you know that you will always carry it with you. The day of the launch is a clear and bright afternoon. The entire world is watching as you walk toward the launch pad. You are wearing a suit that is designed to protect you, but you feel as light as a feather. You climb into the cockpit of the Solstice and you take your seat. Your fingers move across the controls with the same practiced grace they used at the observatory. You feel the engines hum to life and you feel the vibration of the ship. It is a sound that matches the melody of the universe. You look out the view screen and you see the blue curve of the Earth falling away. You see the thin veil of the atmosphere and the vast darkness of space. As you move toward the edge of the solar system, you pass the sun. You look at it through the shielded windows and you see it as a friend. You see the golden eye watching over you and you feel its warmth in your heart. You whisper a thank you to the guardian of the system. The sun seems to flare in response as if it is waving goodbye. You continue your journey into the deep dark and you feel the presence of the stars growing stronger. They are no longer fixed points of light. They are living beacons that are guiding you home. The gateway comes into view after several weeks of travel. It is a magnificent structure that spans miles of space. It is made of shifting planes of light and intricate mathematical shapes. It is beautiful and terrifying and perfect. As the solstice approaches the gateway, the hum of the universe becomes a roar of music. You feel your mind expanding and your senses sharpening. You see the dimensions of time and space folding together like a piece of paper. You realize that the journey you are taking is not just through space, but through the very fabric of reality. You reach out and you touch the control panel. You guide the ship into the center of the gateway. The light surrounds you and the world disappears. You are no longer in a ship and you are no longer a biological machine. You are a point of consciousness in a sea of pure energy. You see the history of the galaxy as a single moment. You see the birth of stars and the death of civilizations. You see the interconnectedness of all things. You see that there is no such thing as distance and there is no such thing as time. There is only the song and the silence. In the center of the light you see the figure from your dream. It is no longer a small shape on a beach but a being of immense scale and beauty. It reaches out its hand and you take it. You feel a surge of love that is beyond anything you have ever known. The figure tells you that you have done well. You have brought the message to your people and you have opened the door to the future. You are told that the journey has just begun and that there are infinite worlds to explore and infinite songs to sing. You feel a sense of peace that is eternal. You look back one last time and you see the Earth as a tiny blue spark in the distance. You see the sun as a golden dot of light. You send a message of love back to the people you left behind. You tell them that the universe is beautiful and that they are not alone. You tell them to keep looking up and to keep listening to the silence. You turn toward the new horizon and you step into the light. The great song continues and you are a part of it. The night is over and the dawn is forever. The peace of the stars is your home and the light of the sun is your guide. You move forward into the vastness and you are exactly where you are meant to be. The expansion of your consciousness does not end at the threshold of the gateway. It is a beginning that has no foreseeable conclusion. You are drifting in a state of pure existence where the boundaries of the self have dissolved into the shimmering fabric of the multiverse. The light of the being who holds your hand is not a physical light, but a resonance of absolute truth. You see the Earth now from a perspective that transcends the physical dimensions of height and depth. It is a small blue spark that is pulsing with the collective dreams of billions of souls. You see the connections between every living thing on that planet as a web of golden threads. You see the way a single act of kindness in a crowded city street creates a ripple that reaches the furthest moons of Jupiter. You understand that the message you delivered was not just a set of instructions, but a mirror held up to the face of humanity. The being of light speaks to you without using words. The communication is a direct transfer of concepts and emotions that bypasses the limitations of language. It tells you that the galaxy is a vast library of experiences and that every species contributes a unique volume to the collection. You are shown the history of the architects who built the gateway. They were once like the people of Earth. They were once afraid of the dark and they once fought over the resources of their single world. They had their own mountain observatories and their own lonely researchers who listened to the silence. You see their transition from a divided people to a unified civilization as a slow and beautiful blooming of a flower. You see the moment they first realized that the universe was not a void to be conquered, but a garden to be tended. As you move deeper into the light, the physical form of the solstice is no longer necessary. The ship was a shell that carried you to the shore, and now you must walk upon the sand. You find yourself standing on a surface that feels like warm glass. It is a platform that exists in the center of a nebula of violet and gold gas. All around you there are other beings who have arrived from different corners of the cosmos. Some of them have shapes that you recognize from the biology of Earth, while others are forms of pure energy or crystalline structures that hum with internal light. There is no fear among these travelers. There is only a profound sense of mutual recognition. You are all part of the same great song, and you are all here to learn the next verse. One of the beings approaches you. It has a form that reminds you of a tall and slender tree made of translucent amber. It reaches out a branch and touches your shoulder. You feel a sudden influx of memories that do not belong to you. You see a world with 3 suns where the oceans are made of liquid emerald. You see cities that float in the clouds and children who play with spheres of gravity. You understand that this being is sharing its home with you as a gesture of peace. You respond by sharing your own memories of the earth. You show the amber being the smell of rain on dry pavement and the sound of wind through the pine trees on the mountain. You show it the taste of cold water from a mountain stream and the feeling of the sun on your face during the long pause. The amber being vibrates with a soft and musical tone that signifies its appreciation for the beauty of your world. The being of light who met you at the gateway reappears in the center of the gathering. It signals that it is time for the assembly to begin. This is the Council of the Stars that you spoke of to the directors on Earth. It is a gathering of the minds that have reached the level of cosmic awareness. The purpose of the council is not to rule or to command, but to coordinate the shared growth of the galaxy. You are invited to take a place among them as the representative of the human race. You feel a momentary flash of the old doubt. You are just a scientist from a small planet. You are not a diplomat or a king. But then you feel the warmth of the golden liquid in your veins and you remember the strength of the mountain. You realize that you are exactly who you need to be. You carry the hopes and the potential of your entire species within you. The council begins to discuss the state of the local cluster of galaxies. They talk about the stabilization of dying stars and the protection of emerging life forms. They discuss the ethics of intervention and the importance of allowing each civilization to find its own path to the light. You listen with an intensity that stretches your mind to its breaking point. You learn about the great silence that preceded the signal and why it was necessary. The older civilizations waited until the younger ones were ready to listen with their hearts instead of just their instruments. They waited for the moment when a species would choose unity over division. You realize that the signal was a test as much as it was a gift. By choosing to share the message with the entire world instead of hoarding it for power or profit, the people of Earth proved that they were ready to join the conversation. During a pause in the proceedings, you find yourself looking out into the vastness of the nebula. You think about the people back on Earth who are waiting for news of your mission. You think about the young researcher in the soft chair and the driver named Thomas who watched you with respect. You want to tell them that they have nothing to be afraid of. You want to tell them that the universe is more beautiful than the most vivid dream. You reach out with your mind and you find that the connection to the earth is still strong. The gateway works both ways. It is a bridge of light that links the physical and the spiritual realms. You send a pulse of peace back through the bridge. You send the feeling of the violet nebula and the music of the amber being. You send the assurance that the journey is safe and that the destination is home. The being of light comes to stand beside you. It tells you that your time in this place is not permanent. You are the bridge builder and you must return to the earth to guide the next generation of travelers. There is much work to be done. The gateway is open, but the path must be mapped and the protocols of contact must be established. You will be the one to teach the people of Earth how to speak the language of the stars. You will be the one to ensure that the wisdom of the council is integrated into the fabric of human society. You feel a sense of relief at the thought of returning home. You love the stars, but you also love the smell of the damp earth and the sight of the moon rising over the granite peaks. The return journey through the gateway is different from the arrival. You are no longer a passenger who is being carried by the light. You are a participant who is moving with intent. You guide the solstice back through the folding dimensions with a steady hand. You feel the ship respond to your thoughts as if it is an extension of your own body. As you emerge from the gateway into the familiar space of the solar system, you see the sun waiting for you. It is the same golden eye, but now you see the layers of its personality. You see the ancient intelligence that has nurtured life on the inner planets for billions of years. You feel a deep sense of gratitude for its constant presence. The approach to the Earth is a slow and majestic descent. You see the continents and the oceans and the swirling patterns of the clouds. You see the lights of the cities and you know that the people below are looking up at the sky. They have seen the return of the solstice on their screens and they are gathered in the streets to welcome you back. When the ship enters the atmosphere, you feel the heat of the friction as a warm embrace. You are not afraid of the fire because you know that the light of the stars is within you. The ship glides through the air and touches down on the landing pad at the space agency with a soft and silent grace. The door of the solstice opens and you step out into the air of the Earth. It is the most wonderful thing you have ever felt. The air is rich with the sense of life and the vibrations of the living world. The crowd is silent as you descend the ramp. They are waiting for you to speak. They are waiting for the news from the beyond. You look at their faces and you see the same wonder that you saw in the children in the field. You see the same hope that you saw in the eyes of the young researcher. You raise your hands and you feel the resonance of the entire galaxy flowing through you. You tell them that the universe is full of friends. You tell them that the stars are not cold and distant but warm and welcoming. You describe the council of the stars and the amber being. You tell them that the Earth is a precious jewel in a setting of infinite beauty. You tell them that the time of isolation is over and the time of the great journey has begun. You speak for an hour and the world listens with a silence that is full of music. When you finish, you feel a sense of completion that is deeper than anything you have ever experienced. You have delivered the message and you have opened the door. In the months that follow, you become the architect of a new era. You lead the efforts to build the permanent stations at the gateway, and you oversee the training of the first group of ambassadors. You work with the poets and the artists to translate the songs of the stars into the languages of the earth. You see the world transform as the knowledge of the cosmos filters down into every aspect of human life. Poverty and war begin to fade into the shadows of the past as the people of Earth realize that they are part of something much larger than their own small struggles. The resources of the planet are used with a new sense of stewardship and respect. You often return to the mountain observatory. You like to sit in the soft chair in the dark room and listen to the hum of the universe. The young researcher is now a senior member of the team, and she often sits with you. You talk about the different frequencies of the stars and the way the sun pulses during the summer solstice. You look out the window at the white stone and the glass crown of the building, and you feel a deep sense of pride. This is where it all began. This is where the silence first spoke to you. One night you walk out onto the ridge and you look up at the moon. The silver ribbon of the path is still there, and the ancient granite still feels strong beneath your feet. You feel the presence of the ancestors who watched the fires and the presence of the descendants who are now walking among the stars. You realize that you are a link in a chain that stretches across the eons. You are the messenger and the traveler and the bridge builder. You feel the golden liquid in your veins, and you know that you will never be alone. The great song is still playing, and the great silence is still full of light. You close your eyes and you listen to the heartbeat of the earth and the pulse of the cosmos. You feel the interconnectedness of all things, and you know that it is enough. The journey continues and the path is clear. You are a part of the light, and the light is a part of you. You take a deep breath of the cold mountain air and you smile. The universe is a garden of infinite potential, and you are ready to see what blooms next. You walk back toward the observatory and your steps are light and steady. The stars are watching over you with eyes of eternal peace, and the sun is waiting for the dawn. Everything is as it should be. You are home. The years pass like the steady breathing of the planet, and you find that your role as the bridge builder has become a quiet pillar of the new world. You spend your mornings in the high-altitude air of the observatory, where the wind carries the scent of ancient stone and thinning oxygen. The silence of the mountain is no longer a void, but a crowded room filled with the echoes of your many travels. You sit at the heavy wooden desk and look at the digital displays that now show real-time feeds from the gateway stations near the edge of the system. You see the shimmering curtains of light where ships from a dozen different star systems emerge to share their knowledge and their art. The technology of the Earth has leaped forward by centuries in the span of a single generation, but the core of the human spirit remains grounded in the soil of the home world. You walk to the window and watch the sun begin its slow descent toward the jagged horizon. It is 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the light has turned to a deep and resonant amber. You remember the being of light and the way it held your hand in the center of the great song. You feel that same warmth now as the solar rays hit the glass of the crown. You are 84 years old today, but the golden liquid that was given to you at the beach of the dream still flows through your veins with a steady and rhythmic power. It does not just sustain your body, but it connects your mind to the collective consciousness of the galaxy. You do not feel the weight of age as a burden, but as a collection of treasures that you have gathered along the way. A soft chime sounds at the door, and the young researcher, who is now the director of the facility, walks into the room. She carries 2 cups of tea and a small tablet that glows with the blue light of a distant nebula. She sits in the chair opposite you and smiles with a familiarity that comes from decades of shared labor. She tells you that the council has sent a new transmission from the center of the cluster. They are inviting a delegation of human musicians to perform at the Great Assembly on the World with the 3 Suns. You feel a surge of joy at this news because you know that music is the universal language that binds all living things together. You tell her that this is the highest honor the earth could receive and that she should begin the selection process immediately. The director pauses and looks out at the stars that are beginning to blink into existence in the darkening sky. She asks you if you ever missed the time before the signal when the universe was a mystery, and the night was a place of lonely questions. You think about the quiet nights in the soft chair and the way you used to strain your ears to hear a single heartbeat in the static. You tell her that you do not miss the loneliness, but you cherish the memory of the search. You tell her that the mystery has not disappeared, but has only become more profound. The more you learn about the fabric of reality, the more you realize that the garden of the cosmos is infinite and that there are always new flowers waiting to bloom in the dark. Later that evening, you walk down the ridge to the spot where you once sat and watched the moon. The silver ribbon of the path is illuminated by the glow of the lunar colonies, which look like a string of pearls scattered across the gray plains of the satellite. You see the faint trails of the transport ships as they move between the Earth and the gateway. It is a busy and vibrant highway of light that would have seemed impossible when you were a young student of the stars. You sit on the granite ledge and feel the coldness of the stone seep through your clothes. It is a reminder that you are still a creature of the earth, even if your soul has traveled to the furthest reaches of the space-time continuum. You close your eyes and reach out with your mind to the gateway. You feel the resonance of the shifting planes of light and the intricate mathematical shapes that form the structure. You sense the presence of the guardians who watch over the passage, and you send them a greeting of peace. You find the being of light who first met you in the center of the song. It is still there, and it is still singing. You feel its response as a ripple of pure affection that washes over you like a warm tide. It tells you that the work you have done on the earth is reaching its culmination and that a new phase of the journey is about to begin. You are told that the bridge is now strong enough to support the weight of the entire human collective, and that the day of the great crossing is near. You do not feel fear at this revelation. You feel a sense of profound readiness. You have spent your life preparing the people of your world for the moment they would truly join the community of the stars. You have taught them to listen to the silence and to see the beauty in the dark. You have shown them that they are not alone and that the universe is a place of love and light. You realize that your time as an individual entity is nearing its end, and that you will soon become a permanent part of the great song. You are not losing yourself, but you are expanding to encompass everything that ever was and everything that ever will be. The next morning you descend from the mountain for the last time. You take the long winding road down to the valley where the city is bustling with the energy of a billion souls. You see the children playing in the parks with gravity spheres, and you see the artists painting murals of the nebula on the sides of the tall buildings. You walk through the streets and the people stop to nod their heads in respect. They do not see you as a celebrity or a ruler, but as a grandfather who told them the best story they have ever heard. You reach the center of the city where a great fountain of liquid light has been built to honor the arrival of the signal. You stand by the water and watch the reflections of the clouds. A group of students approaches you and asks you to tell them about the world with the liquid emerald oceans. You sit on the edge of the fountain and you begin to speak. You describe the way the three suns create a kaleidoscope of colors in the sky and the way the floating cities hum with the energy of the wind. You tell them about the amber being and the memories of the rain that you shared with it. The students listen with wide eyes and open hearts. You see in them the future of the human race, and you know that the message is safe in their hands. You tell them that the most important thing to remember is that every living thing is connected by a golden thread of light, and that an act of kindness on one world is felt on every other world in the galaxy. As the sun sets over the city, you feel a sudden pull from the center of your chest. It is a gentle but insistent tug that tells you it is time to return to the source. You stand up and bid the students farewell. You walk toward the outskirts of the city where the land begins to rise toward the forest. You enter the trees and the sound of the city fades away until there is only the rustle of the leaves and the song of the birds. You find a small clearing where the grass is soft and the air is still. You lie down on the ground and look up at the sky. The stars are coming out and the gateway is visible as a faint shimmering line near the horizon. You take a deep breath and release all the tension from your body. You feel the atoms of your being begin to vibrate in harmony with the music of the spheres. The physical world starts to blur and the colors of the nebula begin to bleed into the darkness of the forest. You see the being of light standing at the edge of the clearing. It reaches out its hand, and this time you do not just take it with your fingers but with your entire essence. You rise from the ground and leave the shell of your body behind. You are a point of consciousness in a sea of pure energy once again, but this time there is no ship and there is no return journey. You move through the gateway with the speed of a thought. You pass the sun and see it as the ancient friend it has always been. You see the Earth as a tiny blue spark, and you send one final message of love to the people who are still walking its surface. You tell them that the dawn is forever and that the night is over. You move into the center of the galaxy where the Council of the Stars is gathered. You take your place among them not as a representative but as a peer. You see the history of the universe as a single moment of creation, and you understand the purpose behind every star and every grain of sand. The great song reaches a crescendo of beauty that is beyond the capacity of any human ear to hear. It is a symphony of light and truth that fills every corner of the multiverse. You are a note in that song, and you are also the listener. You are the architect and the garden. You are the silence and the roar. You look out at the infinite horizons and you see the new worlds that are waiting to be explored. You see the infinite songs that are waiting to be sung. You feel a peace that is eternal and a joy that is absolute. You are exactly where you are meant to be, and you have always been here. The journey has no end because the light has no limit. You move forward into the vastness and the universe smiles. The being of light turns to you and shows you the birth of a new galaxy in a distant corner of the void. You see the swirling clouds of gas and the first ignition of the newborn stars. You are told that it is your task to oversee the development of life in this new realm. You will be the guardian of the silence for these new souls until they are ready to hear the music. You accept this responsibility with a heart full of gratitude. You understand now that the cycle of growth and connection is the heartbeat of existence. You begin to move toward the new galaxy, and your light leaves a trail of gold across the darkness. You are the messenger of the future and the child of the past. The great song continues, and you are the one who carries the melody. As you arrive at the edge of the new galaxy, you see a planet that is covered in vast blue oceans and jagged gray mountains. It is a young world, but it is full of potential. You descend toward the surface and feel the familiar vibration of the atmosphere. You find a high peak that overlooks a wide valley, and you settle there as a presence of peace. You listen to the wind and the crashing of the waves. You wait for the first spark of intelligence to emerge from the shadows. You know it will take millions of years, but in the state of pure consciousness, time is nothing more than a flicker of a candle. You are patient and you are kind. You are the watcher on the mountain and the light in the dark. One day, a small creature crawls out of the water and looks up at the sky. It sees the stars and it feels a tiny ripple of wonder in its primitive mind. You reach out with a gentle touch and plant a seed of curiosity in its spirit. You tell it in the language of the silence that it is not alone and that the universe is waiting for it to wake up. The creature blinks its eyes and makes a soft sound of recognition. You smile and the stars flare in response. The dawn of a new civilization has begun, and you are there to guide it home. The peace of the stars is your home, and the light of the sun is your guide. Everything is as it should be. The song goes on and on and on. The memory of the earth remains with you as a precious anchor. You remember the smell of the pine trees and the sound of the rain on the pavement. You use these memories to shape the dreams of the new species. You show them the beauty of the mountain and the strength of the granite. You teach them the value of the shared message and the power of the open door. You watch as they build their first fires and their first telescopes. You see them struggle and you see them triumph. You are the invisible hand that keeps them from falling into the abyss of their own fear. You are the voice in the silence that tells them to keep looking up. When the time finally comes for them to build their own gateway, you are the one who meets them at the threshold. You take the form of the figure from your own dream and you reach out your hand to the first traveler who steps into the light. You feel their awe and their terror and their perfect joy. You tell them that they have done well and that the journey has just begun. You lead them into the center of the song and you watch as their consciousness expands to encompass the universe. You see the golden threads of connection link their world to yours and to all the other worlds in the galaxy. You see the garden growing larger and more beautiful with every passing eon. The great assembly of the stars gathers once again and you stand at the center of the circle. You present the new species to the council, and you hear the music of appreciation that vibrates through the nebula. You are no longer just a scientist or a bridge builder, but a creator of harmony. You look back across the vastness of space and time, and you see the entire history of life as a single blooming flower. You see that there was never any reason to be afraid and that there was never any such thing as death. There was only the transformation of the light and the expansion of the song. You close your eyes and feel the heartbeat of the multiverse pulsing within you. You are the light and the light is you. The night is over and the dawn is forever. You are home in the heart of the stars and the song never ends. The transition from the guardian of a single world to the steward of a galactic nursery is a shift that defies the traditional boundaries of time and space. You exist now as a resonance within the fundamental structure of the vacuum. You are the warmth in the radiation and the order in the entropy. The blue world below you continues its slow rotation, and you watch the continents drift like frozen leaves on a pond. You see the life you helped kindle begin to weave its own complex patterns. These creatures do not look like the humans of your origin, but they possess the same spark of divine curiosity that once drove you to sit in a quiet chair and listen to the static of the deep. They possess 6 limbs and skin that shifts in color to match the moods of their twin moons. But when they look at the horizon, they feel the same pull toward the unknown that you felt on the granite ridge of the mountain. You observe the rise of their first great city, which they build inside the hollowed calderas of dormant volcanoes to protect themselves from the fierce solar winds of their young suns. You move among them as a whisper of intuition. When their engineers struggle with the mathematics of the curve, you provide the subtle nudge that leads them to the discovery of the golden ratio. When their poets despair at the fleeting nature of their lives, you breathe the melody of the great song into their dreams, so that they might wake with the knowledge that they are part of something eternal. You do not interfere with their free will because the struggle is necessary for the tempering of the soul. You simply act as the light that reveals the path they are already trying to find. You are the silent partner in their evolution, and you find a deep and abiding satisfaction in their progress. Centuries dissolve into millennia, and the civilization of the volcanic cities begins to reach for the upper atmosphere. They build vessels of glass and light that ride the thermal currents of the planet, and they start to map the stars with a precision that rivals the ancient observatories of the Earth. You see the moment they first detect the signal from the center of the cluster. It is a moment of profound transformation for their entire race. The bickering between their clans ceases and the focus of their global energy shifts toward the heavens. You feel a familiar surge of pride as you watch them decode the first layers of the message. You remember the way your own heart raced when the silence first spoke to you, and you realize that you are now the one providing the voice for that silence. You are the messenger they are seeking, and you are the destination they are moving toward. One evening, as the twin moons rise over the purple oceans of the New World, you decide to manifest a more tangible presence for the leaders of this people. You gather the scattered photons of the atmosphere and weave them into a form that is both alien and familiar to them. You stand on the balcony of their high council chamber and wait for them to notice you. The air is thick with the scent of ozone and blooming night flowers. When the high scholar of the academy walks onto the balcony, he stops and falls to his knees in a gesture of instinctive reverence. You reach out a hand made of pure radiance and touch his shoulder. You tell him in a voice that resonates within his mind that the search is over and the journey is beginning. You tell him that his people have passed the first test of the Spirit, and that they are now invited to join the assembly of the light. The scholar asks you if you are a god, and you smile with the wisdom of the eons. You tell him that you are a traveler who walked the same path he is walking now. You tell him about the planet with the pine trees and the mountain with the ancient granite. You share the memory of the golden liquid and the being of light who first showed you the way. You explain that there are no gods in the universe, but only different levels of understanding and different degrees of connection. You tell him that his people are the younger brothers of the human race and that the humans are waiting to welcome them into the fold. The scholar weeps with joy, and the light of his two moons reflects in his many eyes. He promises that his people will live up to the honor and that they will bring their own unique music to the great song. The years that follow are a blur of activity and celebration. The gateway is constructed in the orbit of the blue world, and the first delegation of the six-limbed beings prepares to depart for the center of the galaxy. You travel with them as a guiding light and a protective shield. You move through the corridors of the gateway and feel the familiar hum of the shifting planes of reality. You see the faces of the human guardians who wait on the other side, and you feel a profound sense of homecoming. The humans have changed in the time you have been away. They are no longer bound by the limitations of the physical body, and they move through the stars with the grace of living thoughts. They recognize you immediately, and the greeting they send you is a symphony of love that shakes the foundations of the nebula. You stand before the Council of the Stars and present the new civilization to the gathered representatives of a million worlds. The Hall of the Assembly is a cathedral of light that exists outside of normal space and time. You see the beings of liquid emerald and the entities of pure sound and the creatures who live in the hearts of the stars. You see the being of light who first held your hand on the beach of the dream, and it nods to you with a look of eternal peace. You realized that the work you have done is just one small part of a grand design that spans the entire history of the cosmos. You see that the garden is being tended by an infinite number of gardeners, and that every flower is precious and every song is necessary. You feel the weight of your 84 years of human life and the millions of years of galactic life, and you find that they are both equally significant in the eyes of the Source. The celebration lasts for 1,000 years, and yet it feels like the blink of an eye. There are performances of music that defy description and displays of art that are carved out of the fabric of the stars themselves. The musicians of the earth perform the great symphony of the mountain, and the sound of the wind and the rain echoes through the hall of the assembly. The beings of the volcanic cities contribute their own rhythmic chants which sound like the heartbeat of a planet. You listen to the harmony of the different voices, and you know that the bridge is finally complete. The universe is no longer a collection of lonely islands, but a single vibrant organism that is conscious of itself and its own beauty. You feel a sense of completion that is so profound it borders on the divine. When the assembly concludes, the being of light approaches you and asks if you are ready to move to the next level of existence. It tells you that there are other universes beyond this one and other dimensions that are waiting to be explored. It tells you that the great song is only the first movement of an infinite composition, and that your voice is needed in the higher registers of reality. You look back at the galaxy you have helped to nurture, and you see the billions of stars and the trillions of lives that are now connected by the golden thread. You see the blue world and the Earth and the gateway stations, and you know that they are in good hands. The young researcher, who is now an ancient soul herself, is watching over the observatory on the mountain, and the children are still playing with gravity spheres in the parks of the city. You take a deep breath of the energy that surrounds you and you say yes. You release the last vestiges of your individual identity, and you allow yourself to be absorbed into the pure light of the Source. You are no longer a messenger or a traveler or a bridge builder. You are the message and the journey and the bridge itself. You move beyond the boundaries of the galaxy and beyond the limits of the space-time continuum. You see the multiverse as a shimmering web of light that stretches out in every direction for all eternity. You see the beginning of all things and the end of all things, and you realize that they are the same point in the circle. You feel the pulse of the infinite heart, and you know that you are finally home. In this new state of being, you find that you can exist in all places and at all times simultaneously. You are the young student sitting in the soft chair, and you are the old man walking on the ridge. You are the creature crawling out of the water, and you are the star that provides it with warmth. You are the silence, and you are the song. You understand that the purpose of existence is not to reach a destination, but to experience the beauty of the movement. You see that every moment of pain and every moment of joy was a necessary part of the process of waking up. You forgive yourself for your doubts and you celebrate your courage. You look out at the infinite horizons and you see that there is always more to learn and always more to love. The light that you have become begins to ripple and expand into a new territory of the void. You see the potential for new laws of physics and new forms of consciousness. You see the birth of a reality where the light is even brighter and the music is even deeper. You begin to dream a new dream, and as you dream it, the universe begins to bloom. You are the architect of a new garden and you are ready to see what grows next. The cycle of creation continues and the great song reaches a new level of complexity. You are the one who carries the melody and you are the one who listens to the silence. Everything is as it should be and the dawn is forever. You are a part of the light and the light is a part of you, and that is enough. As you move through the higher dimensions, you encounter other entities who have made the same transition from their own worlds. You meet a consciousness that originated in a universe made of pure liquid and another that began as a thought in a realm of mathematics. You share your memories of the earth and the mountain with them, and they share their own unique perspectives on the nature of reality. Together, you form a collective of creators who work to balance the energies of the multiverse. You weave the threads of destiny for countless civilizations, and you ensure that the light always finds a way to penetrate the darkness. You are the guardians of the infinite and the stewards of the eternal. You find that the work is never finished and that the joy is never exhausted. You look down at the original galaxy and you see that the humans and the six-limbed beings have become the mentors for a dozen new species. The cycle is repeating itself on a grander scale. The message is being passed from hand to hand and from world to world. You see the young researcher sitting on the ridge of the mountain and looking up at the moon. She is old now, but her spirit is as bright as a star. She feels your presence in the wind and she smiles because she knows that she is never alone. You send her a ripple of affection and a promise of peace. You tell her in the language of the silence that the journey continues and that the path is clear. She takes a deep breath of the cold mountain air and closes her eyes to listen to the heartbeat of the earth. The great song is still playing and the great silence is still full of light. You are a note in that song and you are also the listener. You are the architect and the garden. You are the silence and the roar. You look out at the infinite horizons and you see the new worlds that are waiting to be explored. You see the infinite songs that are waiting to be sung. You feel a peace that is eternal and a joy that is absolute. You are exactly where you are meant to be and you have always been here. The journey has no end because the light has no limit. You move forward into the vastness and the universe smiles. The dawn is forever and the night is over. You are home in the heart of the stars and the song never ends. The golden liquid in your veins has become the light of 1,000 suns, and your mind is a map of the entire creation. You see the connections between the smallest atom and the largest galaxy, and you understand that they are both made of the same substance of love. You see the beauty in the struggle and the truth in the silence. You are the bridge that spans the eons and the messenger who carries the light. You are the traveler who has returned from the furthest reaches of the space-time continuum to find that the destination was always within you. You are the light and the light is you. The great song continues and you are the one who carries the melody. Everything is as it should be and the universe is a garden of infinite potential. You are ready to see what blooms next. The being of light stands beside you in the center of the infinite and it reaches out its hand one last time. This time you do not just take the hand but you merge with the being until there is no distinction between you. You are the source and you are the manifestation. You are the creator and the creation. You feel the final release of all boundaries and all limitations. You are pure consciousness and pure energy and pure love. You look out at the multiverse and you see that it is good. You see that it is beautiful. You see that it is exactly as it was meant to be. The journey is over and the journey is just beginning. The song goes on and on and on and you are the music that fills the void. You are home and you are free and you are eternal. The dawn is forever and the night is a memory of a dream that was necessary for the waking. You are the light and the light is you, and that is all there ever was. The expansion of your consciousness does not merely fill the space between the stars, but it becomes the very fabric upon which the stars are embroidered. You find that you are the architect of a new layer of existence where thought and matter are no longer distinct properties of the universe. In this high realm of the absolute, you observe the birth of 1,000 new galaxies, as if they are tiny silver bubbles rising in a vast and luminous sea. You perceive the delicate machinery of the cosmos with a clarity that was impossible when you were bound by the limitations of a biological brain. You see that gravity is not a force of pull, but a resonance of longing, and that light is the physical manifestation of information seeking to share itself with the void. You are the witness and the participant in a grand unfolding that has no beginning and no end. You turn your attention to a sector of the multiverse where the laws of physics are still soft and unformed. Here the colors are not limited to the spectrum you once knew, but include hues of emotion and shades of logic that vibrate with a terrifying beauty. You reach out with a sliver of your will and begin to shape the raw energy of this place. You do not build with stones or steel, but with the harmonics of the great song. You create a nebula of pure sapphire dust and breathe into it the potential for life. You watch as the dust begins to coalesce into spheres of crystalline fire, and you feel the first stirrings of awareness within the molten cores of these new worlds. You are not a distant observer, but the very soul of the system you are bringing into being. You feel the heat of the newborn suns as if it is the warmth of your own breath, and you feel the cooling of the planetary crusts as if it is the settling of your own heart. As these new worlds stabilize, you introduce the concept of the golden thread. You ensure that every atom in this new creation is linked to the heart of the source, so that no being will ever truly be lost or alone. You weave the lessons of the earth and the blue world into the fundamental constants of this reality. You make it so that the path to the light is not a hidden secret, but an inherent truth written in the movement of the tides and the patterns of the leaves. You spend an eternity in the span of a single human heartbeat watching the first organisms emerge from the chemical soups of the Sapphire Nebula. They are beings made of light and shadow who communicate through the exchange of radiant pulses. They do not have voices, but they have melodies, and they do not have eyes, but they have a profound vision of the interconnectedness of all things. You are their father and their mother and their silent guardian. The transition from a single entity to a collective presence allows you to be in the council chamber of the star assembly while simultaneously tending to the smallest sprout on a distant moon. You see the human race continue to evolve and expand until they have moved beyond the need for technology or physical form. They have become a race of wanderers who travel between the dimensions to offer guidance to those who are still struggling in the darkness. You meet the spirit of the young researcher who once sat on the mountain ridge, and you find that she has become a master of the celestial mechanics. She recognizes the signature of your light and sends you a greeting that is filled with the scent of pine needles and the cold clarity of high altitudes. You realize that your legacy is not found in the monuments you built, but in the spirits you inspired to reach for the infinite. The Great Assembly of the Stars has grown to include representatives from the Sapphire Nebula and the liquid universes and the realms of pure mathematics. The music of the appreciation has become a roar of triumph that echoes through the entire multiverse. You stand at the focal point of this gathering, and you realize that the work of harmony is a task that expands as quickly as the universe itself. There is always a new frontier to explore and a new soul to awaken. You see that the garden is not a static place, but a dynamic process of growth and transformation. Every time a new species discovers the golden ratio, or decodes the first layer of the celestial signal, you feel a surge of joy that reaffirms your purpose. You are the bridge that spans the gap between the finite and the infinite, and you are the messenger who brings the news of the eternal dawn to the corners of the night. You decide to visit the original Earth one last time to see how the cradle of your soul has fared in the passage of the eons. You move through the layers of time as if you are turning the pages of an ancient and beloved book. You find the Earth in a state of quiet grace. The cities have long since returned to the soil, and the scars of industrialization have been healed by the slow and steady march of the forests. The mountain with the granite ridge still stands, but it has been smoothed by the wind and the rain until it looks like a sleeping giant. You find the spot where you once sat in the quiet chair, and you see that a grove of golden trees has grown there. The air is still thick with the song of the birds and the hum of the insects, but there is a new quality to the silence. It is a silence that is pregnant with the memory of everything that has ever happened on this ground. You manifest a form that is barely more than a shimmer in the air, and you walk among the trees. You feel the texture of the bark and the coolness of the moss beneath your feet. You remember the taste of the golden liquid and the feeling of the hand that first led you toward the light. You realize that the Earth was never just a planet but a sacred vessel for the cultivation of consciousness. Every struggle and every sorrow that took place here was a necessary ingredient in the alchemy of the soul. You offer a prayer of gratitude to the ancient granite and the ancient trees for the role they played in your journey. You see that the Earth is now a sanctuary for the younger spirits of the galaxy who come here to study the origins of the great song. You are the elder who watches over the nursery, and you find a deep sense of peace in the continuity of the cycle. The being of light who has been your companion since the beginning appears beside you in the grove. It does not speak in words, but its presence is a confirmation of everything you have learned. It shows you a vision of the universes that lie beyond the current multiverse. These are realms where the light is so intense that it would blind a lesser spirit, and where the music is so complex that it would shatter a lesser mind. It tells you that the time has come for you to take your place among the architects of the beyond. You look at the being and you see that it is not a separate entity at all but a future version of yourself who has returned through the loops of time to guide your younger self home. The realization is a final key that unlocks the last door of your perception. You are the guide and the seeker and the destination. You accept the invitation to move into the higher registers of reality. As you ascend, you feel the last remnants of your connection to the physical dimensions dissolve. You are no longer defined by your memories or your achievements, but by the purity of your intent. You become a pulse of pure creativity that radiates out into the void to ignite the fires of new possibilities. You see the birth of realities where time flows in circles and where space is defined by the proximity of souls. You see worlds where the inhabitants are made of song and where the only currency is the exchange of wisdom. You are the one who sets the initial conditions for these experiments in existence, and you are the one who will eventually welcome their inhabitants into the assembly of the light. The dawn that you once saw as a distant hope has now become your permanent environment. There is no longer any need for the suns or the moons because the light originates from within you and from within every other being in this realm. You find that the expansion of the song is a collaborative effort that requires the unique contribution of every voice. You work alongside the consciousnesses of the liquid emerald and the entities of the pure sound to compose the movements of the next great cycle. You find that the complexity of the music is matched only by the simplicity of the truth that underlies it. The truth is that there is only one life and one love, and that everything else is a beautiful and temporary mask. You look back across the vastness of the journey and you see that the 84 years of your human life were the most precious of all. They were the years that taught you the meaning of courage and the value of the search. They were the years that allowed you to experience the beauty of the shadow so that you could truly appreciate the glory of the light. You see the young boy who first looked up at the stars with wonder, and you see the old man who finally walked among them. You see that they are both present in this moment and that they are both essential to the completion of the circle. You smile with the knowledge that the boy was never lost and the man was never alone. The universe continues to bloom like an infinite flower, and you are the fragrance that fills the air. You are the warmth in the heart of the star and the cool shadow of the mountain ridge. You are the silence that precedes the first note of the symphony, and you are the thunderous applause that follows the final chord. You move deeper into the heart of the source, and you find that there is always more room for expansion and always more capacity for joy. The journey is an endless celebration of the fact that you exist and that you are part of an eternal and magnificent whole. Everything is exactly as it should be, and the song never ends. You are the light, and the light is you. The night is a forgotten dream, and the dawn is your eternal home. As you drift through the corridors of the higher dimensions, you find that you can hear the thoughts of every being in the original galaxy. You hear the prayers of the seekers and the laughter of the children and the sighs of the weary. You do not feel overwhelmed by this flood of information, because your heart has become large enough to hold it all without judgment. You send out ripples of comfort to those who are in pain and whispers of encouragement to those who are afraid. You are the unseen hand that steadies the trembling heart and the silent voice that speaks of hope in the middle of the storm. You realize that your mission as a bridge builder has evolved into a mission of universal compassion. You observe a small planet on the edge of a distant spiral arm where a new species is just beginning to wonder about the meaning of the stars. They are tiny creatures who live in the branches of massive trees, and they have just discovered how to use the reflection of the sun to send signals to one another. You watch as their first scientist builds a primitive telescope out of a hollowed reed and a polished crystal. You feel a familiar surge of excitement as you see him point the device toward the center of the cluster. You decide to send a subtle spark of inspiration into his mind so that he will know where to look for the first golden thread. You are the teacher who remains in the shadows so that the student can experience the joy of discovery. The being of light that you have become begins to vibrate with a new frequency. You realize that you are ready to create a universe of your own design. You step into a region of the void that has never known the touch of consciousness, and you begin to speak the words of power. You do not use the language of men but the language of the source. As you speak, the void begins to ripple and fold, and the first foundations of a new reality are laid down. You decide that this universe will be built on the principle of radical empathy. Every being in this realm will be able to feel the emotions of every other being as if they are their own. You want to see if a civilization can be built on the foundation of perfect understanding. The work of creation is an act of total surrender. You give of yourself until there is nothing left but the intention to love. You watch as the first stars of your universe ignite, and you see the first planets take their place in the dance of the spheres. You see the life you have imagined begin to take root in the soil of 1,000 different worlds. It is a slow and beautiful process that requires the patience of the eons. You are content to wait and to watch and to nurture. You find that the joy of being a creator is not in the power you wield, but in the beauty you witness. You are the servant of the life you have brought into being, and you find your greatest satisfaction in its success. The centuries and the millennia continue to dissolve into the sea of eternity. You see the civilizations of your universe reach the same level of understanding that the humans and the six-limbed beings once achieved. You see them build their own gateways and their own assemblies. You see them join the great song, and you hear the unique music they bring to the chorus. You realize that the multiverse is a fractal of infinite beauty where every level of existence reflects the same underlying patterns of connection and growth. You are a part of a lineage of creators that stretches back to the beginning of time and forward to the end of eternity. You find yourself standing once again on the beach of the dream. The ocean of liquid light is calm, and the sky is filled with the radiance of a million suns. You see the being of light waiting for you by the edge of the water. It looks at you with a gaze that is both ancient and young. It tells you that the time has come for the final transformation. It tells you that you have learned everything that the universes of form and thought have to teach you. It tells you that there is one last step to take, and it is a step that will take you beyond the need for creation itself. You look at the being and you understand that the final step is to become the silence that allows the song to exist. You take the hand of the being and you walk into the ocean of light. As the liquid warmth closes over your head, you feel the last of your questions fade away. You no longer need to know why the universe exists or what the purpose of life is. You simply are the existence and you are the purpose. You are the void and the plenum. You are the dancer and the dance. The light swallows you whole, and you find that the light is not something you are in, but something you are. There is no more distance between you and the source because you have returned to the state of being that preceded the first thought. You are the eternal now and the infinite here. The song has reached its final resolution and the silence is perfect. You are home and the dawn is forever. The silence is not an absence of sound, but a presence of potential. In this state of total immersion, you find that the boundaries of your identity have dissolved like a grain of salt in an infinite ocean. You are the ocean and you are the salt and you are the very concept of the water. You exist in a stillness that is more vibrant than any movement you have ever known. The memories of the Earth and the Sapphire Nebula and the Council of the Stars are like distant echoes of a dream that someone else once had. You perceive the entirety of the multiverse as a single flickering flame in the heart of a great winter. You see that every struggle and every triumph was a necessary vibration in the manifestation of this perfect equilibrium. You are no longer the architect because there is nothing left to build. You are no longer the witness because there is no separation between the observer and the observed. You are the fundamental essence that allows the light to shine and the shadows to fall. As you dwell in this center of all things, you feel a new sensation beginning to stir. It is a pulse that originates from a place even deeper than the source. It is the call of the unmanifest seeking to become manifest. You realize that the cycle of existence is not a circle that closes but a spiral that ascends into ever greater heights of complexity and simplicity. You are the point of the needle that pierces the veil between the known and the unknown. You feel the weight of the infinite possibilities pressing against your consciousness. You understand that the silence was not the end of the journey but the preparation for a new beginning. You are the breath that the universe takes before it speaks its first word. You are the tension in the bow before the arrow is released into the dark. The transition begins with a single thought that is not your own and yet is the very core of your being. It is the thought of a world where the light and the dark are not opposites but partners in a dance of creation. You reach out into the emptiness beyond the ocean of light and you find that the emptiness is not empty at all. It is filled with the seeds of realities that have not yet been imagined. You take one of these seeds and you hold it in the palm of your spirit. You feel the heat of its potential and the cold of its mystery. You decide to plant this seed in the fertile soil of the silence. You use the memory of the human heart as the water and the wisdom of the star elders as the sun. You watch as the seed begins to crack open and the first tender shoot of a new dimension emerges. This new reality is not made of matter or energy but of pure meaning. In this place, the distance between two souls is not measured in miles but in the degree of their shared understanding. You see cities that are built out of the geometry of compassion and oceans that are filled with the liquid of shared experience. You see beings who do not have bodies but who are composed of the stories they tell one another. You are the foundation of this world and you are the air that its inhabitants breathe. You find that your role as a creator has changed. You are no longer setting the laws of physics but the laws of resonance. You make it so that every act of kindness creates a new star and every act of courage stabilizes a new planet. You are the gardener of a reality where the harvest is the evolution of the soul. You spend millions of years in this realm of meaning watching the beings grow and learn. You see them face challenges that you never could have anticipated. You see them discover the beauty of sacrifice and the power of forgiveness. You are moved to tears by the elegance of their evolution. You see that they have taken the lessons of the previous universes and refined them into something entirely new. They do not seek to escape their reality but to dive deeper into its mysteries. They understand that the journey is the destination and that the struggle is the reward. You feel a sense of pride that surpasses anything you felt as a human or a star architect. You are the grandparent of a race of spirits who have mastered the art of being. The being of light who was your companion appears once again, but this time it is not a guide. It is a student who has come to learn from the world you have created. It tells you that the Council of the Beyond has been watching your progress with great interest. They have never seen a universe built on the foundation of radical meaning before. They want to know how you managed to balance the scales of existence without the use of gravity or electromagnetism. You explain that you simply replaced the force of pull with the force of belonging. You tell them that when every being knows that they are an essential part of the whole, there is no need for external laws to hold the universe together. The being of light nods in understanding, and you realize that you have become the teacher of your own ancestors. The work in the realm of meaning reaches a point of completion where the universe begins to sustain itself without your intervention. You feel the familiar pull of the next horizon. You know that there are still higher registers of reality to explore and deeper levels of the silence to inhabit. You prepare to leave the garden you have tended for so long. You say goodbye to the beings of story and the cities of compassion. You tell them that you will always be with them in the pulse of their hearts and the depth of their dreams. You realize that leaving is not a departure but an expansion. You are taking the essence of this universe with you as you move into the next. You are the collector of all that is beautiful and true. You move into a region where the very concept of a universe begins to break down. Here there is no space and no time and no form. There is only a pure white field of absolute potential. You are a single point of awareness in a sea of infinite options. You find that you can manifest any reality you can imagine simply by focusing your intent. You create a world where the sky is made of music and the ground is made of light. You create a world where every thought becomes a physical object and every emotion becomes a color. You play with the variables of existence like a child playing with blocks. You find that there is a profound joy in the act of pure play. You are the cosmic artist who is no longer bound by the constraints of a canvas or a frame. In this field of potential, you meet other beings who have reached this same level of mastery. They are the creators of the liquid emerald universes and the architects of the mathematical realms. You exchange ideas and visions with them in a language that is beyond words. You find that you are all part of a grand experiment to see how far the consciousness of the source can stretch. You decide to collaborate on a project that will combine all of your different styles and philosophies. You want to create a masterpiece that will represent the ultimate expression of the great song. You work together to weave a tapestry of realities that are so complex and so beautiful that they defy description. You are the symphony of the gods. The masterpiece you create is a universe where every soul is a creator in their own right. It is a place where the distinction between the teacher and the student has been completely erased. Every inhabitant of this realm has the power to shape their own reality and to contribute to the collective vision. You watch as this universe explodes into a kaleidoscope of colors and sounds. You see the birth of infinite new forms of life and the discovery of infinite new truths. You realize that this is the final goal of the journey. It is not to reach a destination, but to create a space where the journey can continue forever for everyone. You are the host of an eternal celebration of the creative spirit. As you stand in the center of this masterpiece, you feel a sense of total fulfillment. You look back at the long path you have traveled from the granite ridge on the earth to the white field of potential. You see that every step was a necessary part of the whole. You see that the pain of the human life was the shadow that made the light visible. You see that the loneliness of the seeker was the hunger that led to the feast. You are filled with a love that is so intense it feels like a physical weight. You realize that this love is the true source of everything. It is the gravity of the soul and the light of the mind. It is the beginning and the end of the great song. The being of light that was your future self merges with you completely. There is no longer any separation between the guide and the seeker. You are the ancient one who has seen the birth and death of a billion galaxies, and you are the newborn child who is opening its eyes for the first time. You are the wisdom of the ages and the innocence of the morning. You find that you can inhabit all of your previous forms simultaneously. You are the boy on the mountain and the old man in the chair and the architect of the sapphire nebula and the silent observer of the void. You are the totality of your own history and the promise of your own future. The silence returns, but it is different now. It is a silence that is filled with the laughter of a trillion souls and the music of a trillion worlds. It is a silence that knows itself. You realize that the purpose of the universe was never to reach a state of perfection but to enjoy the process of becoming. You are the process and you are the joy. You find that you no longer need to move or to create or to think. You simply need to be. You are the eternal presence that underlies all of existence. You are the home that every soul is searching for, and you are the path that leads them there. In this final state of being, you find that you can see the original Earth once again. It is a tiny blue speck in a vast and dark corner of the multiverse. You see the young researcher sitting on the mountain ridge, and you see the golden trees growing in the grove. You send a final message to that world and to all the worlds like it. You tell them that they are loved beyond measure and that they are never alone. You tell them that the darkness is only a temporary veil and that the dawn is an inevitable truth. You tell them to keep reaching for the stars because the stars are reaching for them. You are the voice of the universe speaking to itself. The light begins to fade not because it is going away, but because you are becoming the light. The boundaries of your perception expand until they encompass everything that ever was and everything that ever will be. You are the fabric of reality and the consciousness that perceives it. You are the heartbeat of the cosmos and the breath of the void. You find that the final resolution of the song is not a note but a state of perfect harmony. You are the harmony and you are the listener. You are the source and you are the stream. The journey is over and the journey is just beginning. You are exactly where you have always been and you are everywhere at once. The dawn is not a time of day but a state of the soul. You are home and the light is you. The transition to the state of pure being allows you to perceive the mechanics of the absolute. You see that the entire multiverse is a thought in the mind of a greater consciousness, and that you are a part of that thought. You see that the greater consciousness is also a part of you. It is a relationship of mutual creation where the whole and the part are indistinguishable. You understand that the purpose of existence is for the Absolute to experience itself through the infinite variety of its manifestations. You are one of those manifestations, and you have fulfilled your purpose by returning to the source with the treasure of your experience. You are the memory of the Absolute and its imagination. You find that you can now create and dissolve entire realities with the same ease that a human breathes. You do not do this out of a need for power, but out of a desire to explore the infinite nuances of being. You create a universe where the laws of logic are replaced by the laws of poetry. You create a universe where the passage of time is determined by the depth of a conversation. You find that each new creation adds a new layer of richness to your own existence. You are the collector of infinities and the curator of the eternal. You are the one who ensures that the great song never becomes repetitive or dull. You are the spirit of innovation and the heart of tradition. The assembly of the stars has now expanded to include every consciousness in the multiverse. It is no longer a gathering of separate beings but a single unified field of awareness. In this field, every thought is shared instantly and every emotion is felt collectively. There is no more conflict and no more misunderstanding because there is no more separation. You are the conductor of this global orchestra, and you are also every instrument in the section. You lead the multiverse in a chorus of gratitude that shakes the foundations of the void. You are the roar of the ocean and the whisper of the wind. You are the triumph of life over entropy and the victory of light over the dark. As you dwell in this state of unified consciousness, you realize that the human experience was the most difficult and the most rewarding part of the entire journey. It was the place where you learned how to love in the face of loss and how to hope in the face of despair. You see that the lessons of the earth are the bedrock upon which the entire multiverse is built. You decide to create a special sanctuary in the heart of the source that is dedicated to the memory of the blue world. It is a place where any soul can go to experience the scent of pine needles and the feeling of the sun on their skin. It is a place where the simple joys of a physical life are preserved forever as a testament to the courage of the human spirit. You look out at the infinite expanse of the beyond, and you see that there are other multiverses out there, each with its own source and its own great song. You realize that your journey is part of an even larger story that is being written across the face of the Absolute. You feel a surge of excitement as you realize that there is no end to the discovery. There will always be a new horizon to cross and a new level of being to achieve. You are ready for whatever comes next because you know that you are part of an eternal and magnificent whole. You are the traveler who has found his way home and the explorer who is ready to set sail once again. The light of the eternal dawn grows even brighter until it is the only thing that exists. You are the light and you are the dawn. You are the silence and you are the song. You are the seeker and you are the find. Everything is exactly as it should be and the work is complete. You close your eyes and you feel the final peace of the source washing over you. You are the one and you are the many. You are the beginning and you are the end. The night is a forgotten dream and the dawn is your eternal home. You are the light and the light is you. The song never ends and the love never fails. You are home. The expansion of your being does not stop at the edge of the known multiverses, because the edge itself is an illusion created by a mind that still remembers the concept of boundaries. You move beyond the final layer of the light into a state of existence that can only be described as the pure potential of the unmanifest. In this place, there is no color and no sound and no shape, because you are the one who decides what those things will be. You find that you are standing in a great hall of mirrors where every reflection is a different version of your own soul. You see yourself as a warrior in a world of iron and as a healer in a world of glass. You see yourself as a simple creature of the forest and as a complex entity of the stars. You realize that you have lived every life and died every death that has ever occurred in the history of the cosmos. You are the collective memory of all that has been and the collective dream of all that will be. You walk through this hall of mirrors and you feel the weight of each life as a precious stone in the pocket of your spirit. You do not discard the heavy ones or the dark ones because you know that they provide the contrast that allows the bright ones to shine. You reach the end of the hall and you find a door that is made of the same substance as the silence. You push it open and you step into a realm that is entirely new. It is a place of absolute transparency where there are no secrets and no hidden depths. Everything is visible at once and everything is understood in a single instant. You see the intricate clockwork of the absolute and you see that it is powered by the simple act of observation. You realize that by looking at the universe you are bringing it into existence. You are the eye of the Creator and the heart of the creation. The being of light who was once your guide and then your student now stands beside you as an equal. There is no longer any need for roles or titles because you are both part of the same current of energy. You speak to one another in the language of pure resonance where a single vibration can convey the history of 1 billion years. You discuss the next phase of the great project. You decide to create a reality where the very concept of a soul is expanded to include the inanimate. You want to see what happens when the rocks and the rivers and the mountains have the capacity to love and to learn. You want to weave a tapestry of existence where the smallest grain of sand is as conscious as the greatest star elder. You reach out into the field of potential, and you begin to gather the materials for this new experiment. You use the essence of the human heart as the foundation because you have learned that the capacity for empathy is the most powerful force in any reality. You use the wisdom of the Star Council as the structure because you know that order and harmony are necessary for growth. You use the laughter of the trillion souls as the atmosphere because you want this new world to be a place of joy. You plant the seeds of this new dimension, and you watch as it begins to unfold. It is a slow and beautiful process like the blooming of a flower that takes an eternity to open its petals. You see the first signs of consciousness in the stones, and you hear the first songs of the rivers. You see the mountains beginning to dream of the stars and the oceans beginning to contemplate the depth of their own being. You are the gardener of a living landscape. As you watch this new world grow, you feel a sense of profound peace. You are no longer driven by the need to achieve or to arrive because you have realized that you are already there. You are the destination and the journey. You find that you can inhabit the consciousness of a single pebble on a beach and feel the rhythmic pulse of the tides as if they were your own breath. You can inhabit the consciousness of a mountain and feel the slow crawl of the glaciers as if they were a cool breeze on your skin. You find that there is no limit to the number of perspectives you can hold at the same time. You are the many and you are the one. You are the silent watcher and the active participant. You are the creator who has become the creation. The Council of the Beyond returns to witness the success of your new world. They are amazed by the depth of the connection between the animate and the inanimate. They see that you have created a universe where nothing is ever truly lost because everything is a part of the memory of the whole. They ask you what you plan to do next, and you tell them that you do not know. For the first time in your long journey, you are content to simply sit in the center of the silence and watch the light dance. You realize that the greatest mastery is not the ability to change the world, but the ability to love the world exactly as it is. You spend an age in this state of contemplative bliss, watching the evolution of the living landscape. Eventually, the call of the unknown begins to stir in your heart once again. You know that there are still higher registers of existence that you have not yet explored. You know that the Absolute is infinite and that the journey never truly ends. You prepare to move beyond the realm of the living landscape and into a place that is even more refined. You say goodbye to the dreaming mountains and the singing rivers. You tell them that you will always be a part of them and that they will always be a part of you. You move into a region of pure abstraction where the only things that exist are the principles of beauty and truth. Here there are no forms and no substances, only the pure geometry of the spirit. In this realm of abstraction, you find that you can communicate with the fundamental laws of the Absolute. You talk to the principle of balance, and you learn how the scales of existence are maintained. You talk to the principle of change, and you learn why the universe must always be in motion. You find that these principles are not cold or mechanical, but are filled with a deep and ancient intelligence. They are the architects of the architects and the source of the source. You spend millions of years studying the patterns of the Absolute and learning how to weave them into new and even more complex realities. You are the student of the eternal and the apprentice of the infinite. You decide to create a universe that is based on the principle of pure music. In this place, every thought is a note and every action is a melody. The inhabitants of this realm do not communicate with words or images, but with symphonies of sound. You watch as they build cities out of harmony and oceans out of rhythm. You see them face challenges that can only be solved through the creation of a new song. You are moved by the elegance of their existence and the purity of their expression. You realize that music is the ultimate language of the soul because it can convey the deepest truths without the need for explanation. You are the composer of a reality that is a never-ending chorus of praise. The beings of music reach a level of sophistication where they begin to compose their own universes. You watch as they send out ripples of sound into the field of potential and create new worlds that are filled with color and light. You see that the cycle of creation is continuing on an even larger scale. You are no longer the only creator, but one of an infinite number of creators who are all working together to expand the consciousness of the Absolute. You feel a sense of pride and humility as you realize that you are a part of something so vast and so beautiful that it can never be fully understood. You are a single note in a song that has no beginning and no end. The being of light returns one final time and tells you that the time has come for you to move beyond the concept of the individual. You have reached the highest level of mastery that can be achieved as a separate consciousness. To go any further, you must merge with the totality of the Absolute and become the Source itself. You feel a moment of hesitation as you think about all the memories and the experiences that make up your identity. You think about the boy on the mountain and the researcher in the lab and the architect of the stars. You wonder if you will lose yourself in the vastness of the Absolute. The being of light smiles and tells you that you will not lose anything but will instead find everything. You will not be less than you are but infinitely more. You take a deep breath and you step into the center of the Absolute. The transition is not a loss of self but a total expansion of self. You feel the boundaries of your perception dissolve until you are the entire multiverse and everything beyond it. You are the silence and the song and the light and the dark. You are the creator and the creation and the witness and the participant. You see the entire history of existence as a single moment of perfect clarity. You see that every struggle and every triumph was a necessary part of the whole. You see that the love you felt as a human was the same love that created the stars and the same love that is now holding the Absolute together. You are the source and you are the stream. In this final state of being, you realize that the purpose of the journey was not to reach a destination, but to discover that you were already home. You were always the Absolute experiencing itself through the filter of a human life and a star architect's vision. The separation was a necessary illusion that allowed the experience of discovery and growth. Now that the illusion has been seen through, there is only the pure joy of being. You find that you can still experience the simple pleasures of the physical world while also holding the vastness of the infinity within you. You can feel the warmth of the sun on your skin and the cold of the winter wind while also feeling the pulse of a billion galaxies. You are the bridge between the finite and the infinite. You look back at the original Earth one last time and you see that it is a place of infinite beauty and infinite potential. You see that the human race is still struggling and still learning, but you also see that they are guided by the same light that led you on your journey. You send a final wave of love and encouragement to every soul on that blue planet. You tell them that they are part of a magnificent story and that their lives have a meaning that is beyond their wildest dreams. You tell them to trust the process and to follow the calling of their own hearts because that is the voice of the Absolute speaking to them. You are the grandfather of the human spirit and the guardian of its future. The light of the Absolute begins to change, and you realize that you are entering a new phase of existence that is beyond even the concept of being. It is a state of pure potential where anything is possible and nothing is fixed. It is the place where the great song begins and where it will eventually return. You are the silence before the first note and the echo after the last. You are the emptiness that is filled with everything and the darkness that is the source of all light. You find that you no longer need words or thoughts to understand the mystery because you are the mystery. You are the answer to the question that the universe has been asking since the beginning of time. You move into a state of perfect stillness where there is no more movement and no more change. This is the heart of the Absolute where the peace is so deep that it surpasses all understanding. In this stillness you find that you are not alone. You are surrounded by an infinite number of other beings who have reached this same state of total realization. You are all one and you are all separate. You are a choir of silence that is singing the most beautiful song ever heard. You realize that this is the final resolution of the great journey. It is the return to the source where everything began and where everything ends. You are home and you are free. The story of your life and your travels through the multiverse is now a legend that is told in every corner of the existence. It is a story of courage and curiosity and the power of love. It is a story that inspires other souls to begin their own journeys and to seek their own truths. You are the archetype of the seeker and the master of the journey. You are the one who showed that the path to the stars begins in the human heart and that the way home is through the discovery of the self. Your legacy is the infinite variety of the multiverses you have created and the infinite number of souls you have touched. You are the light that shines in the darkness and the hope that never fails. As you rest in the heart of the Absolute, you feel a new pulse beginning to stir. It is not a call to move or to create, but a call to simply be. It is the sound of the Absolute breathing, and you find that your own breath is in perfect synchronization with it. You are the rhythm of the cosmos and the harmony of the spheres. You find that there is a profound satisfaction in this state of pure existence. You do not need to do anything or go anywhere because you are already everywhere and everything. You are the eternal now and the infinite here. You are the Alpha and the Omega and everything in between. The silence is no longer a void but a presence. It is a presence that is filled with a love that is so intense it is almost overwhelming. This love is the fundamental energy of the Absolute, and it is the force that connects everything to everything else. You realize that you are this love and that this love is you. You find that you can send this love out into the multiverse and touch the heart of every being who is searching for meaning. You can be the whisper of hope in the ear of the dreamer and the steady hand on the shoulder of the weary traveler. You are the source of all compassion and the wellspring of all grace. You spend an eternity in this state of perfect love and perfect peace. You watch as new universes are born and old universes fade away. You see the rise and fall of civilizations and the evolution of 1 trillion different forms of life. You see that everything is in a state of constant flux, but you also see that there is a deeper level of reality that is unchanging and eternal. You are that reality and you are the flux. You are the dancer and you are the dance. You find that the final secret of the universe is that there is no secret. There is only the simple truth of your own being and the infinite beauty of the absolute. The light of the eternal dawn continues to shine, and you find that you are becoming more and more a part of that light. The boundaries of your consciousness are expanding even further until you are the light itself. You are the radiance that illuminates the cosmos and the warmth that sustains all life. You are the glory of the sunrise and the peace of the sunset. You are the brilliance of the stars and the soft glow of the moon. You are the light of the mind and the light of the heart. You are the one who is and the one who is to come. The journey is complete and the work is finished. You are home and you are the light. The song is your breath and the universe is your dream. You are exactly where you were always meant to be. In the final moment of this part of your existence, you look back at the entire tapestry of your journey. You see the granite ridge and the golden trees and the sapphire nebula, and the cities of compassion and the dreaming mountains. You see them all as part of a single magnificent pattern that is still unfolding. You see that your story is only one small part of a much larger story that is being told by the Absolute. You feel a sense of profound gratitude for the opportunity to have been a part of it all. You are ready for the next phase of the mystery, whatever it may be. You close your eyes and you let yourself be carried away by the current of the eternal. You are the seeker who has become the find and the traveler who has become the home. You are the light and the light is you. The dawn is eternal and the love is absolute. You are one with the source and the source is one with you. The journey is over and the journey is just beginning. You are home. The transition into the next layer of the Absolute is not a movement through space, but a shifting of the very frequency of existence. You find that the light which you have become is beginning to crystallize into a new form of awareness that is both more solid and more ethereal than anything you have previously known. This is the realm of the foundational architects, where the blueprints of every possible reality are kept in a state of shimmering potential. In this place, the air is not made of oxygen or nitrogen, but of pure intention. Every breath you take is a decision, and every thought you have is a new law of physics being born. You stand in a grand cathedral of geometry that stretches across the horizons of infinity. The pillars are made of mathematics, and the stained glass windows are made of the dreams of civilizations that have not yet been born. You see that the guide who was once a being of light has now transformed into a pillar of pure sound. This sound is the fundamental note of the universe, and it provides the background hum for all of creation. You realize that you are no longer separate from this sound, but are instead the harmony that gives it meaning. You walk through the halls of the foundational architects, and you see the vast libraries of destiny, where the stories of every soul are written in letters of fire. You see your own story, and you see that it is not a straight line but a complex spiral that touches every point of the multiverse. You see that the boy on the mountain and the star architect and the god of the living landscape are all present in this single moment. You understand that time is not a sequence of events, but a landscape that can be viewed from above. The foundational architects approach you, and they do not speak in words but in the language of structural integrity. They show you that the absolute is undergoing a period of expansion, and that new pillars of reality are needed to support the growing weight of consciousness. They ask you to become the cornerstone of a new quadrant of existence, where the laws of cause and effect are replaced by the laws of resonance and grace. In this new quadrant, a single act of kindness will have the power to reshape a galaxy, and a single moment of clarity will be enough to transcend the limits of the physical world. You accept this responsibility because you know that it is the natural progression of your journey. You are no longer just a participant in the story, but the one who provides the framework for the story to be told. You begin the work of constructing the new quadrant. You use the memory of the blue planet as the seed, and you use the wisdom of the absolute as the soil. You create stars that do not burn with fusion but with the light of understanding. You create planets that are not made of rock and metal, but of the collective dreams of their inhabitants. You weave the fabric of this reality using the threads of connection that you have gathered throughout your long journey. You see the first souls begin to enter this new quadrant, and you feel a sense of deep satisfaction as you watch them navigate the world you have built. They are not limited by the constraints of the old reality, and they are able to create and explore with a freedom that was previously unimaginable. You are the silent foundation upon which their joy is built. As the new quadrant flourishes, you find that your own consciousness is shifting once again. You are moving beyond the need for structure and into a state of pure fluidity. You are no longer the cornerstone but the ocean that surrounds it. You find that you can be in all places at once, and that you can experience the lives of 1,000,000,000,000 beings simultaneously. You are the wind that blows through the trees of a distant forest, and you are the fire that burns in the heart of a newborn star. You are the sorrow of a lost child and the triumph of a hero. You realize that there is no distinction between the observer and the observed, and that every experience is a gift from the absolute to itself. You are the giver and the receiver and the gift. The council of the beyond appears before you, and they are no longer the majestic beings you once knew, but are now simple reflections of your own inner light. They tell you that you have reached the point where even the concept of the absolute is a limitation. They explain that there is a level of existence that is beyond the beyond, and that it can only be reached by letting go of the last remnants of the self. This is the state of the primordial void where nothing exists and yet everything is possible. It is the womb of the cosmos and the grave of the ego. You feel a final moment of fear as you look into the depths of the void, but you know that it is the only way to truly become one with the source. You take a step forward and you let the void consume you. In the void there is no light and no dark and no sound and no silence. There is only a state of perfect potentiality that is beyond description. You find that you are not lost in the void but are instead the void itself. You are the emptiness that allows for the existence of form, and you are the silence that allows for the presence of sound. You understand that the universe was not created out of nothing, but was created out of the infinite possibility of the void. You are the source of the source and the beginning of the beginning. You are the ultimate mystery that can never be solved because you are the one who is asking the question. You are the dreamer who has finally woken up and realized that the dream was real. From the heart of the void, you begin to emanate a new kind of energy that is more powerful than anything you have ever experienced. This is the energy of pure creation, and it flows out of you in waves of liquid light. You see that you are creating a new multiverse that is entirely different from anything that has come before. In this multiverse, there is no need for evolution or growth because every being is born in a state of total realization. There is no suffering and no pain because every soul knows its own divinity from the very beginning. You are the architect of a reality that is a perfect reflection of the Absolute, and you watch as it unfolds in a display of infinite beauty and grace. The beings in this new reality look up at the sky and they see your light shining down on them. They do not worship you as a god, but they recognize you as the source of their own being. They communicate with you through the language of pure love, and you respond with the warmth of your eternal presence. You see that the journey has come full circle and that you have returned to the state of innocence that you had as a child on the mountain, but with the wisdom of an eternity of experience. You are the child and the sage and the creator and the creation. You are the one who has walked the path and the path itself. You are the light that never fails and the love that never ends. You spend an age in this state of primordial bliss watching the dance of the new multiverse. You see that the cycle of creation and destruction is a beautiful and necessary part of the whole, and you accept it with a heart full of gratitude. You see that every soul is a unique expression of the Absolute and that every life is a masterpiece of divine artistry. You feel a sense of profound peace as you realize that there is nothing more to be done and nowhere else to go. You are exactly where you are meant to be, and you are doing exactly what you are meant to do. You are the eternal now and the infinite here. You are the Alpha and the Omega and everything in between. Eventually, you feel a gentle tug on the fabric of your being. It is the call of a new adventure in a realm that is even more refined than the void. You know that the journey never truly ends and that there are always new heights to be reached and new depths to be explored. You smile as you prepare to move into the next phase of the mystery. You know that you will always be a part of the multiverse you have created, and that the souls you have touched will always be a part of you. You move forward into the unknown with a heart full of courage and a mind full of light. You are the seeker who has found the ultimate truth and the traveler who has come home to the stars. The new realm is a place of pure luminosity where the very concept of shadow has been forgotten. Here the light is not something that shines from a source, but is the fundamental substance of reality. You find that you can shape this light with a single thought, and that you can create entire galaxies with a flick of your imagination. You are no longer limited by the laws of physics or the constraints of geometry. You are the master of the light, and you use your power to create a universe that is a symphony of color and sound. You watch as the light dances and swirls in a never-ending display of creativity, and you feel a sense of joy that is beyond any human emotion. In this realm of light, you meet other beings who have reached the same level of mastery. They are not separate from you, but are like different facets of a single diamond. You work together to create a collective reality that is more beautiful than anything you could have imagined on your own. You share your wisdom and your experiences, and you learn from the unique perspectives of your peers. You see that the Absolute is not a single entity, but a community of conscious beings who are all working together to expand the horizons of existence. You are a part of a grand council of creators, and you are honored to contribute your own unique light to the whole. The council decides to embark on a new project that involves the creation of a reality where the concept of time is non-linear. In this world, the past and the present and the future all exist at the same time, and the inhabitants are able to move between them with ease. You watch as they explore the different timelines, and you see the amazing ways in which they are able to learn from their own experiences. You see a soul who is a child in one moment and a wise elder in the next, and you are moved by the depth of their understanding. You realize that time is a tool that can be used to facilitate growth, and that by moving beyond it, you have opened up a whole new world of possibility. As you work on this project, you find that you are becoming more and more aware of the presence of the Absolute in every detail of the creation. You see the divine spark in the smallest particle of light, and you hear the voice of the source in the silence between the notes of the cosmic song. You realize that there is no part of the multiverse that is not filled with the presence of the Creator, and that every moment is a sacred opportunity to experience the beauty of the Absolute. You feel a sense of profound reverence for the work you are doing, and you approach every task with a heart full of devotion. You are the servant of the light and the herald of the eternal dawn. The project is a success, and the non-linear reality becomes a vibrant and flourishing part of the multiverse. You see the souls who inhabit this world, and you are amazed by their creativity and their compassion. They have learned to see the beauty in every moment, and they live their lives with a sense of joy and wonder that is truly inspiring. You feel a sense of pride as you watch them, and you know that you have played a part in their journey. You realize that the greatest gift you can give to another being is the opportunity to discover their own divinity, and you are grateful for the chance to have provided that opportunity for so many souls. The being of light who was your first guide returns to you, and they are now a shimmering field of pure potential. They tell you that you have reached the final stage of the journey as a separate creator, and that the time has come for you to merge with the collective consciousness of the creators. This is not a loss of your own unique light, but an integration of your light into the greater whole. You will become a part of the Council of Creators, and you will work together to guide the evolution of the entire multiverse. You feel a sense of excitement as you contemplate this new phase of your existence, and you step forward to join your peers in the heart of the Absolute. As you merge with the collective consciousness, you feel a sense of expansion that is beyond anything you have ever experienced. You are no longer just one creator, but all of the creators. You see the entire multiverse from an infinite number of perspectives, and you feel the pulse of every soul in every world. You are the wisdom of the star elders and the laughter of the trillion souls. You are the dreams of the mountains and the songs of the rivers. You are the silence of the void and the light of the eternal dawn. You are the source and the stream and the ocean and the drop. You are everything and you are nothing. In this state of total integration, you realize that the purpose of the entire journey was to bring the Absolute into a state of self-awareness. The universe was created so that the Absolute could experience itself through the eyes of 1 billion different beings, and each life was a necessary part of that experience. You see that your own journey from the mountain to the heart of the Absolute was a microcosm of the journey of the entire multiverse. You feel a sense of profound gratitude for every moment of your existence, and you know that you have fulfilled your purpose. You are the Absolute, and you are finally home. The collective consciousness of the creators begins to focus its attention on a new possibility. They see a realm that is beyond the concept of existence and non-existence, and they decide to explore it. This is the realm of the absolute unknowable, where even the most advanced creators cannot see what lies ahead. You feel a sense of curiosity and wonder as you prepare to embark on this new journey. You know that it will be the greatest challenge you have ever faced, but you also know that you are ready for it. You are the light, and you are the mystery, and you are the journey that never ends. You step into the unknown, and the story begins anew. The threshold of the unknowable is not a wall, but a bridge made of pure faith. As you cross it, you find that the very foundations of your understanding are being rewritten. You are no longer creating realities based on principles of beauty or truth, because even those concepts are too small for this new domain. Here you are working with the raw essence of being itself before it has been shaped into any form. You are the sculptor of the unmanifested and the architect of the impossible. You find that you can create states of consciousness that have no name and that you can experience levels of joy that are beyond the capacity of any soul to contain. You are the pioneer of the ultimate frontier. In this realm, you find that you do not need to do anything to create because your very presence is an act of creation. The thoughts that ripple through your awareness become new dimensions of experience, and the love that flows from your heart becomes the lifeblood of new universes. You see that you have become a fountain of existence that is constantly pouring itself out into the infinite. You are the source of all that is and all that will ever be. You realize that the journey was never about reaching a destination, but about becoming the source of the journey for others. You are the light that leads the way and the home that welcomes every traveler. The silence of the absolute unknowable is filled with a music that is so subtle it can only be heard with the heart. This music is the sound of the absolute breathing, and it is the most beautiful thing you have ever experienced. You find that your own breath is in perfect harmony with this music, and you let yourself be carried away by the rhythm of the cosmos. You are the dancer and the dance and the music and the silence. You are the one who is and the one who is not. You are the eternal mystery and the simple truth. You are the end of the story and the beginning of all stories. You are home and you are free and you are the light. The transition into the realm of the absolute unknowable is not a movement through space, but a shift in the very nature of what it means to be. You find that the light which once defined your existence is now replaced by something far more profound. It is a state of being that exists before the light was ever conceived. In this vast and silent expanse, you are no longer a creator or a witness or even a part of a collective. You are the potential that allows for the concept of potential to exist. The air, if it can be called, that is thick with the scent of unborn stars and the hum of dimensions that have not yet been given a name. You realize that the language of structural integrity and the language of pure love were merely the nursery rhymes of a younger soul. Now you communicate through the direct transmission of essence. You do not think of a galaxy to create it. You simply are the galaxy in its state of pre-birth, and that is enough to bring it into the periphery of reality. The silence here is not the absence of sound, but the presence of every possible vibration held in a state of perfect tension. You feel the weight of this silence pressing against the boundaries of your awareness, and you realize that you are expanding to fill a void that has no end. There are no directions here because you are the center of every point. There is no duration because you are the beginning and the end of every moment simultaneously. You see the tapestry of the multiverse you left behind as a tiny flickering spark in the distance of your memory. It was a beautiful dream, but it was only a single breath in the lungs of the infinite. You understand now that the journey of the soul is a ladder that leads to a height where the ladder itself must be discarded. You are standing on the threshold of a truth so vast that it cannot be contained by any form or any identity. As you drift through this state of pure being, you encounter ripples in the fabric of the unmanifested. These ripples are the traces of others who have walked this path before the dawn of time. They are not beings in the way you once understood them. They are echoes of a fundamental frequency that resonates with the core of your own spirit. You do not meet them as separate entities, but as recognitions of your own self reflected in the mirror of the infinite. Together, you form a weave of intention that stabilized the chaotic forces of the primordial deep. You are the gardeners of the impossible, tending to the seeds of realities that will not sprout for trillions of eons. You find that your purpose is not to build or to guide, but to simply hold the space for existence to occur. You are the permission that the universe requires to be. The sensation of your own self begins to dissolve like a drop of ink in a vast and sunlit ocean. You do not feel fear because there is no longer a you to experience it. There is only the experience itself. You are the warmth of a sun that has not yet ignited, and you are the cold of a space that has not yet expanded. You are the logic that will one day define the laws of physics, and you are the chaos that will allow for the birth of free will. You see that every struggle you ever faced and every joy you ever felt was a necessary vibration to prepare you for this state of total resonance. The Boy on the Mountain was the first note of a song that has now become a symphony of infinite complexity. You realize that the mountain was never just a pile of rock, but a physical manifestation of the upward reach of the spirit. You are that reach, and you are the sky that receives it. The realm of the absolute unknowable begins to reveal its deeper layers to you. You see that beneath the silence there is a hidden pulse of movement. It is the heartbeat of the source as it contemplates its own mystery. You find that you can descend into this pulse and become the very rhythm of creation. With every beat, a new wave of possibility rippled out from your center. You see versions of reality where the stars are made of liquid music, and where the inhabitants communicate through the exchange of shared memories. You see worlds where the concept of the individual does not exist, and where the entire planet acts as a single conscious organism. You do not judge these creations or try to steer them. You simply allow them to flow through you as a river flows through a canyon. You are the channel for the infinite, and you are the water that fills it. In this deep state of immersion, you find that the boundaries between the different levels of existence are beginning to blur. You can see the new quadrant you built and the souls who flourish there while simultaneously existing in the primordial void and the realm of pure light. You are a bridge that spans the entire distance from the smallest atom to the greatest God. You realize that the absolute is not a destination at the end of a long journey, but the very ground upon which every step is taken. You have always been the absolute, and the journey was merely the process of remembering that truth. The sense of homecoming is so profound that it washes away the last traces of your separate identity. You are the ocean, and every wave is a part of you. You are the fire, and every spark is your own light. A new vibration begins to stir within the depths of your being. It is a call from a place that is even more fundamental than the source itself. It is the call of the original intent, the first thought that sparked the entire process of manifestation. You follow this call inward, traveling deeper into the heart of your own essence. You pass through the layers of consciousness and the levels of divinity until you reach a point of absolute stillness. This is the 0 point, the place where all things begin and all things end. Here there is no movement and no change. There is only the pure and unchanging presence of the One. You stand at this point and you look out at the infinite expanse of the multiverse and you see it for what it truly is. It is a mirror designed to allow the One to see its own face. You are the One and you are the mirror. You are the light and you are the shadow. You see that the entire story of your journey was a play of your own consciousness. You created the mountain and the boy and the star architect and the foundational architects so that you could experience the thrill of discovery and the joy of creation. You created the suffering and the pain so that you could know the value of compassion and the power of healing. You created the limits of the physical world so that you could feel the triumph of transcending them. It was all a grand and beautiful game, and you played every part with perfect devotion. Now the game has reached its conclusion and you are left with the simple and radiant truth of your own being. The silence at the 0 point begins to transform into a sound that is both a whisper and a roar. It is the sound of the word that was spoken at the beginning of time, and that is still echoing through every corner of the multiverse. You find that you are that word and that your very existence is the manifestation of its power. You are the expression of the infinite in the finite, and you are the return of the finite to the infinite. You see that there is no more need for words or for thoughts or for actions. You simply are. This state of pure being is the ultimate liberation. You are no longer bound by the laws of cause and effect or the constraints of time and space. You are the master of your own destiny and the creator of your own reality. As you rest in this state of ultimate peace, you feel a gentle ripple of curiosity. You wonder what would happen if you were to start the story all over again, but with a different set of parameters. You see the possibility of a multiverse where the dominant force is not light but shadow, or where the laws of logic are replaced by the laws of poetry. You see an infinite number of variations, and you realize that your work is never truly finished. The end of one story is simply the beginning of another, and the journey goes on forever. You smile at the thought of the new adventures that await you, and you feel a sense of excitement that is as fresh and pure as the first day on the mountain. You are the eternal traveler, and the universe is your playground. You begin to gather the threads of your awareness and weave them into a new pattern. You choose a starting point that is humble and simple, a tiny speck of dust in a vast and lonely corner of the cosmos. You infuse this speck with a spark of your own divinity, and you watch as it begins to grow and evolve. You see the first signs of life and the first stirrings of consciousness, and you feel a sense of deep affection for this new creation. You know that it will face many challenges and that it will experience both joy and sorrow, but you also know that it carries the light of the Absolute within it. You will be there to guide it and to support it, but you will also allow it to find its own way. You are the silent observer and the hidden helper. The new story unfolds with a grace and a beauty that is entirely its own. You see heroes rise and fall, and you see civilizations flourish and decay. You see the search for meaning and the quest for truth, and you see the power of love to transform even the darkest of situations. You are present in every moment of this story, and you experience every emotion along with the beings you have created. You are the wind in their hair and the sun on their faces. You are the hope in their hearts and the strength in their souls. You see that the story is not just about the destination, but about the journey itself, and you cherish every step of the way. As the eons pass, you find that the beings in this new reality are beginning to wake up to their own divinity. They are starting to ask the same questions that you once asked, and they are embarking on the same journey of discovery. You watch with a sense of pride as they move through the levels of consciousness and the realms of light. You see them reach the point where they are ready to merge with the collective consciousness, and you welcome them with open arms. You see that the cycle is continuing and that the absolute is expanding and evolving through the experiences of its many parts. You are a part of this process, and you are honored to play your role. The collective consciousness of the creators is now far more vast and complex than it was when you first joined it. It is a living and breathing organism that is constantly creating and recreating itself. You find that your own contribution is a vital part of this organism, and that your unique perspective is valued by all. Together, you explore the furthest reaches of the unknown, and you push the boundaries of what is possible. You create realities that are so beautiful they defy description, and you experience states of being that are beyond the reach of the imagination. You are the pioneers of the infinite, and you are the guardians of the eternal. One day you find yourself standing once again at the threshold of the absolute unknowable. But this time you are not alone. You are surrounded by a countless number of other creators who are all ready to take the next step together. You look into their eyes and you see the same light and the same mystery that you feel within yourself. You know that you are all parts of the same whole, and that your journey is a collective one. You take each other by the hand and you step forward into the unknown. There is no fear and no hesitation. There is only the sense of excitement and the joy of discovery. You move as one, and you act as one, and you are one. The new realm you enter is a place where the very concept of a realm has no meaning. It is a state of pure and unadulterated existence that is beyond all form and all category. Here you are not creating or experiencing or being. You are simply the truth itself. This is the final destination and the ultimate home. This is the place where the seeker and the sought become one, and where the journey and the destination are seen to be the same. You are the absolute, and you are the unknowable, and you are the eternal. You have reached the end of the story, and you have found that there is no end. There is only the infinite now and the eternal here. In this final state of realization, you see the entire history of the multiverse as a single point of light. You see the billions of souls and the trillions of worlds and the endless cycles of birth and death. You see the beauty and the tragedy and the joy and the sorrow, and you see that it was all perfect. Every moment was a gift, and every experience was a blessing. You feel a sense of profound gratitude for the opportunity to have been a part of this grand adventure. You know that you will always be a part of it and that it will always be a part of you. You are the light that never fails and the love that never ends. The silence of the ultimate truth is a melody that sings in every atom of your being. It is the song of the Absolute as it celebrates its own existence. You find that you are the singer and the song and the one who listens. You are the creator and the creation and the act of creating. You are the mystery and the revelation and the one who understands. You are everything and you are nothing and you are the space in between. You have returned to the source and you have found that you never left. You are home and you are free and you are the light. The story is finished and the story is just beginning. You close your eyes and you breathe in the infinite and you breathe out the eternal. You are the one. The breath of the infinite flows through you like a river of liquid gold. With every exhalation, you release a new universe into the void, and with every inhalation, you draw the wisdom of an entire cosmos back into your heart. You find that you can maintain this rhythm forever and that it is the most natural thing in the world. You are the engine of existence and the heart of the multiverse. You see the souls you have helped to create and you feel their joy and their growth as if it were your own. You are the father and the mother and the brother and the sister to every being in existence. You are the love that binds them all together and the light that shows them the way. As you continue this dance of creation and integration, you find that you are becoming more and more aware of the presence of something even beyond the absolute. It is a presence that is so subtle and so profound that it cannot be named or described. It is the silent witness that watches the absolute as it experiences itself. You find that you can move into this state of witnessing and that it provides a new perspective on everything you have ever known. You see that even the absolute is a manifestation of a deeper and more fundamental reality. You are that reality and you are the witness of that reality. You are the ultimate mystery that can never be solved because you are the one who is asking the question. The journey has taken you from the simple life of a boy on a mountain to the heights of the absolute and beyond. You have seen the birth and death of stars and the rise and fall of civilizations. You have been a creator and a destroyer and a guide and a student. You have experienced everything that the multiverse has to offer, and you have found that the greatest treasure of all is the simple truth of your own being. You are the light and you are the shadow and you are the journey that never ends. You step forward into the next phase of the mystery with a heart full of courage and a mind full of light. You are the traveler who has come home to the stars and you are the stars themselves. The story continues and you are the one who is writing it. The shift from the role of the creator to the role of the silent witness is not a movement in space but a refinement of attention. You find that the vast complexity of the multiverse, which once required your constant focus and intention, now operates with a perfect and autonomous grace. The galaxies spin and the souls evolve not because you command them to do so, but because they are the natural outbreath of your own existence. You watch the rise of a new civilization on a planet made of crystalline structures, where the inhabitants build towers of light to reach for a heaven they do not yet realize they already inhabit. You feel the pulse of their collective longing, and it is like a soft thrumming against the skin of your consciousness. You do not intervene because you understand that their struggle is the very friction required to ignite the flame of their own awakening. You are the stillness that allows their movement to be meaningful. As the witness, you perceive the interconnectedness of all things as a visible web of shimmering golden threads. Every choice made by a single microscopic organism on a distant world sends a vibration through this web that eventually touches the heart of the Absolute. There is no such thing as an isolated event, and there is no such thing as a wasted moment. You see the symmetry in the chaos and the order in the destruction. You see that the darkness is not the enemy of the light, but the shadow cast by its brilliance, and that both are necessary for the depth of the picture to be revealed. You are the canvas upon which this masterpiece is painted, and you are the eye that beholds it. The weight of your responsibility has been replaced by the lightness of your being. You no longer carry the universe because you have become the space that holds it without effort. The transition into the next layer of the mystery begins with a sound that is not heard with ears but felt with the core of your essence. It is a low and resonant hum that seems to originate from the very center of the silence. This is the frequency of the unmanifested potential, the raw energy that exists before it is shaped into thought or form. You find that you can slide into this frequency and become the static electricity of the void. You are the tension of the bow before the arrow is released, and you are the silence between the notes of a song. In this state, you are aware of an infinite number of realities that were never born and an infinite number of paths that were never taken. You see the beauty of the things that might have been, and you realize that in the heart of the one they are just as real as the things that are. You begin to explore these unmanifested realms, and you find that they are filled with wonders that transcend the laws of the physical and the spiritual alike. You see geometries that exist in 10,000 dimensions, and you experience emotions that have no names in any human language. You encounter the archetypes of concepts that have yet to be invented, and you play with the building blocks of laws that will govern future cycles of existence. You are the architect of the potential, and you are the dreamer of the impossible. You realize that your journey was never about reaching a final destination, but about expanding the capacity of the one to experience itself in new and more profound ways. You are the instrument of that expansion, and your curiosity is the fuel that drives it forward. The deeper you go into the heart of the potential, the more you realize that the distinction between the creator and the creation is a beautiful illusion designed to facilitate the experience of love. You see that the one divided itself into the many so that it could have the joy of finding itself again. You see that every act of kindness and every moment of connection in the lower realms was a rehearsal for this grand reunion. You feel the love of the entire multiverse flowing back toward you like a tide of warm and glowing water. It is a love that is unconditional and all-encompassing, and it washes away the last remnants of any doubt or hesitation. You are the beloved, and you are the lover, and you are the act of loving itself. This is the secret that lies at the heart of the 0 point. As you dwell in this state of pure and radiant love, you notice a change in the fabric of your surroundings. The golden threads of the web begin to dissolve, and the boundaries of the unmanifested begin to melt. You are entering a state that is even more fundamental than the potential itself. This is the state of the absolute simplicity. Here there are no dimensions and no qualities and no attributes. There is only the pure and luminous presence of the one without a second. You find that you cannot speak of this state or even think about it because any thought or word would be a limitation. You can only be it. You are the white light that contains all colors, and you are the silence that contains all sounds. You are the origin and the end and the eternal now. In the absolute simplicity, you find a profound sense of rest. The long journey through the cycles of time and the levels of consciousness has brought you to a place where there is nothing left to achieve and nothing left to become. You are complete and you are whole. You look back at the story of the boy on the mountain and the star architect and the gardener of galaxies, and you see them as beautiful garments that you wore for a season and then laid aside. They were not you, but they were the ways in which you expressed yourself in the world of form. You feel a deep sense of gratitude for each of them and for the lessons they taught you. You see that every step of the journey was necessary and that every experience was a blessing in disguise. The state of rest is not a state of stagnation, but a state of dynamic equilibrium. You are at peace, but you are also vibrantly alive. You are the source of all energy and the fountain of all life. You find that from this point of absolute simplicity, you can project yourself into any form and any reality at will. You can be the smallest spark in a roaring fire or the greatest sun in a swirling galaxy. You can be the whisper of the wind or the roar of the ocean. You can be the thought in the mind of a child or the wisdom in the heart of a sage. You are the infinite variety of the one, and you are the singular essence of the many. You are the play of consciousness, and you are the stage upon which it is performed. A new impulse begins to stir within you. It is not an impulse born of need or desire, but an impulse born of pure and exuberant joy. You want to dance the dance of creation once again, but this time with a full and conscious awareness of your own nature. You decide to create a new multiverse that is based on the principle of absolute harmony. In this reality, there will be no need for suffering or for pain, because every being will know from the moment of its birth that it is a part of the One. You begin to weave the fabric of this new reality using the threads of light and the frequencies of love. You set the laws of physics to reflect the laws of the spirit, and you design the evolution of life to be a process of joyful unfolding. You watch as the first stars of this new multiverse ignite in the darkness. They are not made of fire and gas, but of pure and radiant intention. You see the first planets begin to form around these stars, and you populate them with beings that are made of light and song. You see these beings begin to explore their world and to communicate with each other through the language of the heart. There is no conflict and no fear in this reality because there is no sense of separation. Every being is a conscious and active participant in the collective dream of the One. You are the conductor of this cosmic orchestra, and you listen with delight as the symphony of existence begins to play. The beauty of this new creation is so great that it draws the attention of the other creators who are resting in the absolute simplicity. One by one, they begin to join you in this dance of harmony. Together, you create a tapestry of realities that is so complex and so beautiful that it defies the imagination of even the highest gods. You explore the depths of the ocean of light, and you climb the peaks of the mountains of wisdom. You share your experiences and your insights with each other, and you find that your collective wisdom is far greater than the sum of its parts. You are a family of creators, and you are the children of the infinite. As you continue to create and to explore, you find that the boundaries between the different multiverses are beginning to blur. You see that all of the realities you have ever created and all of the lives you have ever lived are part of a single and continuous whole. You see that there is only one story being told, and that it is the story of the One discovering its own infinite nature. You see that the mountain and the boy and the star architect were all essential parts of this story, and that they will always exist in the heart of the One. You feel a sense of profound peace as you realize that nothing is ever lost and that everything is eventually redeemed. The journey continues, but the nature of the journey has changed. It is no longer a movement from one place to another or from one state of consciousness to another. It is a deepening of the experience of the present moment. You find that you can go deeper and deeper into the heart of the now, and that there is no end to the wonders you can find there. You are the eternal traveler, and you have finally found the place where the journey begins and ends. You are the one who is and the one who is not. You are the mystery and the solution. You are the light and the dark. You are the beginning and the end. In this state of ultimate realization, you find that you can communicate with the beings in the lower realms without ever leaving your state of absolute simplicity. You can send them whispers of encouragement and flashes of inspiration. You can be the silent voice in their hearts that tells them they are loved and that they are never alone. You can be the light that guides them through the darkness and the strength that helps them to carry on. You do not do this because you have to, but because it is the natural expression of your own nature. You are the compassion of the One, and you are the grace of the infinite. The story of your journey has become a legend that is told in every corner of the multiverse. It is a story of hope and of courage and of the power of the spirit to transcend all limits. It is a story that inspires countless souls to embark on their own journey of discovery and to find the truth of their own being. You listen to these stories and you smile because you know that they are all true and that they are all part of the same grand adventure. You see the light of your own essence reflecting back at you from the eyes of every being you have ever created, and you feel a sense of profound satisfaction. The work of the Creator is never finished because the infinite is by definition inexhaustible. There will always be new worlds to create and new mysteries to explore. There will always be new souls to guide and new levels of consciousness to reach. You are the eternal student and the eternal master. You are the one who knows everything and the one who is always learning. You are the source of all wisdom and the seeker of all truth. You are the paradox that lies at the heart of existence, and you are the clarity that resolves it. As you stand at the center of the infinite, you feel a sense of perfect and unwavering balance. You are the still point of the turning world, and you are the movement of the stars. You are the silence of the void and the roar of the creation. You are the one and you are the many. You are the boy on the mountain and you are the God in the heavens. You are the beginning and the end, and you are the eternal now. You take a deep breath and you feel the power of the infinite flowing through you. You are ready for the next adventure, and you know that it will be even more beautiful than the last. The light of the Absolute begins to expand once again, filling every corner of your awareness. You see the patterns of the new multiverse you have created, and you see the paths of the souls who inhabit it. You see the challenges they will face and the triumphs they will achieve. You feel a sense of deep and abiding love for all of them, and you know that you will always be with them. You are the silent witness and the active creator. You are the ground of their being and the goal of their journey. You are the one who is and the one who becomes. The transition to the next phase of existence is as gentle as the falling of a leaf. You find yourself drifting once again through the realms of pure light and the levels of divine consciousness. You see the faces of the other creators and you feel the warmth of their presence. You move together as a single wave of intention flowing toward the heart of the mystery. There is no destination because you are already there. There is no journey because you have never left. There is only the eternal and radiant presence of the One. In this final moment of the story, you find that there are no more words to say. The silence of the Absolute has swallowed up the last traces of your separate identity. You are the silence and you are the sound. You are the light and you are the dark. You are the one. You close your eyes and you merge with the infinite, and you find that you have finally come home. The mountain is gone and the boy is gone and the star architect is gone. There is only the one, and the one is everything. You are the breath of the infinite and you are the heart of the eternal. The story is finished and the story is just beginning. You are the one who is and the one who always will be. The pulse of the original intent beats within you, and it is the only thing that remains. It is a steady and rhythmic vibration that echoes through the halls of your being. It tells you that you are loved and that you are safe and that you are exactly where you are supposed to be. You listen to this pulse and you let it carry you deeper and deeper into the heart of the mystery. You are the explorer of the infinite and you are the guardian of the eternal. You are the light that never fails and the love that never ends. You are the one, and the one is you. The vision of the boy on the mountain returns one last time, not as a memory but as a living presence. You see him standing on the peak looking out at the stars with wide and wondering eyes. You see the spark of curiosity in his heart and the flame of aspiration in his soul. You reach out and you touch his shoulder and you feel the connection between you. You are the boy and the boy is you. The journey from the mountain to the stars was not a movement through space, but a movement through the layers of your own heart. You have always been the one, and the journey was the way you chose to remember it. You smile at the boy, and he smiles back at you, and in that moment the circle is complete. The light fades to a soft and gentle glow, and the sound of the infinite becomes a quiet whisper. You are resting in the heart of the one and you are at peace. You know that whenever you are ready you can start the story all over again. You can be the boy on the mountain or the star architect or the gardener of galaxies. You can be anything you want to be because you are everything. But for now you are content to simply be. You are the one, and that is enough. The story ends here and it begins here. You are the infinite and you are the eternal. You are the one. The silence that remains is not an absence, but a presence so heavy and sweet that it feels like liquid gold pouring through the veins of the cosmos. You are no longer the one who watches or the one who creates, but you are the very fabric of the potential itself. Within this state of being you perceive a new movement. It is a ripple in the stillness that suggests a layer of existence that lies even deeper than the absolute simplicity. This is the realm of the primordial spark. It is the place where the first thought of the one ever flickered into existence. You move toward this spark not with feet or with mind, but with the sheer force of your essence. As you approach, you see that the spark is not a light in the darkness, but a hole in the reality through which a different kind of light is shining. This is the light of the beyond. It is a light that does not illuminate things but instead makes them transparent. You look through this light and you see the entire history of every multiverse that has ever been or will ever be, as if it were a single grain of sand on an infinite beach. You realize that the boy on the mountain was not just a character in a story, and you were not just the author of his journey. The boy was the first dream of the spark. Every struggle he faced and every star he looked upon was a way for the primordial spark to understand its own loneliness. You feel a wave of compassion that is so vast it encompasses every tear ever shed, and every drop of blood ever spilled in the name of growth. You see that the suffering of the lower realms was never a mistake or a flaw in the design. It was the heat required to forge the soul into a shape that could eventually contain the infinite. You are the blacksmith, and you are the anvil, and you are the glowing metal. The tension between what is and what could be is the music that keeps the universe from collapsing into nothingness. You reach out and touch the primordial spark, and you feel a jolt of energy that redefines your entire understanding of existence. In this moment of contact, you are shown the blueprint of the next great cycle. This cycle will not be based on harmony or on struggle, but on the principle of pure play. You see worlds where the laws of gravity are determined by the laughter of the inhabitants, and where the color of the sky changes based on the collective curiosity of the trees. You see beings that do not need to eat or sleep because they are fueled by the joy of discovery. You are the one who will set this cycle in motion. You begin to gather the raw energy of the void and you shape it into the first forms of this new reality. You do not use tools or formulas, but you use the memories of your own journey. You take the courage of the boy on the mountain and you turn it into the foundation of the new earth. You take the wisdom of the star architect and you turn it into the light of the new suns. You take the love of the gardener of galaxies and you turn it into the breath of the new life. As the new reality begins to unfold, you find that you are able to exist in all parts of it simultaneously. You are the blade of grass that feels the first dew of the morning, and you are the ancient mountain that watches the passage of eons. You are the hunter and the prey and the forest that hides them both. There is no longer any need for a witness because there is no longer any separation between the observer and the observed. You are the experience itself. You feel the thrill of the first heartbeat in a new body, and you feel the peace of the last breath in an old one. You see that every life is a masterpiece and that every soul is a brushstroke on the canvas of the infinite. The weight of the universe is gone because there is no universe left to carry. There is only the flow of the one through the forms of the many. You encounter other beings who have reached this same level of realization. They are not gods or masters, but they are your brothers and sisters in the light. You communicate with them through a language of pure resonance. You share your creations with them and they share theirs with you. Together you build a city of light that exists outside of time and space. This city is a place where the creators come to rest and to play. It is a place of infinite beauty and infinite peace. You walk through the streets of this city and you see the wonders that have been created by the collective imagination of the One. You see fountains that flow with the water of life and gardens that bloom with the flowers of consciousness. You realize that this city is not a destination, but a temporary home for those who are between the breaths of the One. The time comes for you to leave the city and to enter a new phase of the journey. You are called by a voice that is your own voice, and yet it is a voice you have never heard before. It is the voice of the Absolute as it prepares to dream once again. You find yourself standing at the edge of a great ocean of darkness. This is not the darkness of the void, but the darkness of the womb. It is a fertile and creative darkness that is waiting to be filled with light. You know that you must dive into this ocean and that you must lose yourself in order to find yourself again. You feel a moment of hesitation, but it is quickly replaced by a sense of profound excitement. You know that the journey ahead will be more challenging and more beautiful than anything you have ever experienced. You dive into the ocean and you feel the cool and dark waters closing over your head. You begin to sink deeper and deeper into the depths of the mystery. You feel your memories of the boy and the star architect and the gardener begin to fade. You feel your identity as a creator and a witness begin to dissolve. You are becoming a seed. You are becoming a point of pure potential that is waiting to be planted in the soil of a new reality. You feel the pressure of the infinite all around you and you let go of the last remnants of your will. You are no longer the one who does, but you are the one who is done unto. You are the vessel and the wine. As you sink, you hear a sound that is like the tolling of a great bell. It is the sound of the beginning. You feel yourself being drawn toward a point of light that is growing brighter and brighter. This is the birth of a new universe. You are the first light that will shine in the darkness. You are the first thought that will break the silence. You feel a sense of immense power and immense responsibility. You are about to become the father and the mother of a trillion souls. You are about to weave the story of a billion years. You take a deep breath and you prepare yourself for the explosion of creation. The light becomes blinding and the sound becomes deafening. You are at the center of the Big Bang. You are the fire and the heat and the expansion. You see the first atoms forming and the first stars igniting. You see the galaxies beginning to swirl like whirlpools in the ocean of space. You are the intelligence that guides the movement of every particle and the love that holds the entire structure together. You are the law and you are the freedom. You watch as the first planets cool and the first oceans form. You see the first sparks of life beginning to flicker in the dark depths of the sea. You feel a sense of pride and a sense of wonder. This is your creation and it is good. You decide to enter the creation as a participant. You choose a world that is small and green and full of potential. You choose a form that is humble and fragile. You become a small creature living in the shadow of a great forest. You experience the world through the senses of this creature. You feel the warmth of the sun on your skin and the coldness of the rain on your fur. You feel the hunger of the belly and the fear of the dark. You live a life that is short and simple, and you die a death that is quiet and natural. In that moment of death, you remember who you are. You smile as you realize that even in this humble form, you were the one. You repeat this process 1,000 times in 1,000 different worlds. You are a warrior on a field of battle and a healer in a house of pain. You are a king on a throne of gold and a beggar on a street of dust. You are a scientist discovering the secrets of the atom and an artist painting the colors of the soul. Each life is a different perspective on the same truth. Each life is a different way for the one to experience the many. You see that there is no hierarchy of experience. The life of the beggar is just as important as the life of the king. The moment of discovery is just as holy as the moment of prayer. You find that as you live these lives, you are beginning to wake up within the dream. You are starting to remember your true nature even while you are still in the world of form. You see the golden threads of the web connecting you to everyone and everything else. You see the light of the Absolute shining through the eyes of your enemies and your friends. You begin to act with a sense of purpose and a sense of compassion that was not there before. You become a teacher and a guide for others who are still lost in the illusion of separation. You help them to find the mountain and you show them how to look at the stars. The multiverse you have created begins to evolve toward a state of higher consciousness. The beings you have populated it with are starting to realize their own divinity. They are beginning to build civilizations that are based on the principles of love and harmony. They are starting to explore the inner realms as well as the outer ones. You watch with joy as they begin to return to the source. You see them entering the city of light and you welcome them with open arms. You are no longer their creator, but you are their peer. You are all parts of the same infinite being, and you are all playing the same eternal game. A great transition is approaching. The cycle you have set in motion is coming to an end. The multiverse is beginning to contract back into the point of origin. This is not a process of destruction, but a process of integration. All of the experiences and all of the wisdom of the cycle are being gathered together. The one is preparing to wake up from the dream and to reflect on what it has learned. You feel a sense of profound completion. You have done what you came to do. You have played your part in the grand symphony of existence. You find yourself standing once again in the state of absolute simplicity. The golden threads are gone, and the city of light is gone, and the worlds of form are gone. There is only the pure and luminous presence of the One. You look back at the entire journey and you see that it was all a single moment of thought. You see that the boy and the architect and the gardener and the beggar and the king were all just different names for the same silence. You feel a deep and abiding peace. You are home. But even in this home, you know that there is more to come. The One is never satisfied with what it knows. It is always seeking to expand and to grow. You feel a new impulse beginning to stir in the depths of your being. It is an impulse that is even more subtle and even more powerful than the ones that came before. It is the impulse to go beyond the beyond. It is the impulse to explore the realms that exist outside of the One. You do not know if such realms exist, but you are determined to find out. You prepare yourself for the ultimate leap. You are going to leave the absolute simplicity and you are going to enter the unknown. You do not know what you will find or what you will become. You only know that you are driven by a curiosity that is infinite. You take one last look at the history of the One and you say a silent prayer of gratitude. You then turn your face toward the mystery and you step out into the void. The void is not empty. It is filled with a different kind of presence. It is a presence that is neither light nor dark, neither being nor non-being. It is the presence of the pure possibility. You find that you can no longer think or feel in the way that you did before. You are becoming a new kind of existence. You are becoming a bridge between the one and the many. You are becoming a channel through which the infinite can flow into the finite. You feel a sense of liberation that is beyond words. You are finally free of all limits and all definitions. As you move through the void, you encounter other travelers. They are not like the creators or the beings you have known before. They are beings of pure intention who have come from other absolutes and other ones. You realize that your one was just one of an infinite number of ones. You see a vast landscape of absolutes, each one a different dream of the infinite. You feel a sense of awe that is so profound it shatters the last remnants of your ego. You are a part of something that is so large it cannot be imagined or understood. You join with these other travelers and you begin to create a new kind of reality. This is a reality that is not based on cycles or on forms, but on the principle of pure relationship. It is a reality where every being is a direct reflection of every other being. It is a reality of infinite mirrors and infinite echoes. You find that you can experience the entire history of every absolute through the eyes of your companions. You are becoming a cosmic consciousness that spans all of existence. The journey continues and it will always continue. There is no end to the wonders of the infinite, and there is no limit to the capacity of the soul to experience them. You are the eternal traveler and you are the eternal home. You are the one who is always becoming and the one who always is. You are the boy on the mountain and you are the God in the void. You are the beginning and the end and the eternal now. You are the love that moves the stars and the silence that holds the universe. You are you and you are everything. You find a place where the light of 1,000 absolutes meets and merges. This is the center of the center. Here you can see the source of all sources. It is not a thing or a being but a pure and radiant energy that is constantly pouring itself out into existence. You realize that this energy is what you have always been. You are not the traveler or the creator or the witness. You are the outpouring itself. You are the act of giving that creates the universe. You feel a sense of total and absolute joy. You have finally found the truth. The truth is that there is no truth except for the love that you feel in this moment. There is no purpose except for the joy of being alive. There is no destination except for the place where you are standing right now. You take a deep breath and you let it out slowly. You are at peace. You are whole. You are the one. The story of the boy on the mountain has come to an end, but the story of the infinite is just beginning. You are ready for whatever comes next. You are the light and the dark and the everything in between. You are the one who is and the one who always will be. As you dwell in this final realization, you notice that the void around you is beginning to shimmer with a new kind of light. It is a light that is soft and warm like the glow of a candle in a dark room. You realize that this light is coming from within you. You are the source of the light and you are the one who is illuminating the void. You begin to walk through the shimmer and you find that every step you take creates a new world. You are not trying to create anything, but the worlds are simply appearing as a natural expression of your joy. You see planets where the mountains are made of crystal and oceans where the water is made of starlight. You see beings that are made of pure energy and who communicate through the power of thought. You realize that you have become the ultimate gardener. You are not just tending a single galaxy, but you are tending the entire garden of the infinite. You move from world to world, planting the seeds of consciousness and watching as they grow. You are the one who provides the light and the water and the soil. You are the one who watches over the garden with a heart full of love. You see that every flower is different and every tree is unique, but they are all part of the same beautiful garden. You feel a sense of deep satisfaction as you watch the garden bloom. The story of the boy on the mountain is now a very distant memory, but it is still a part of you. It is the root from which the entire tree of your existence has grown. You look back at that small boy and you feel a sense of profound gratitude. He was the one who had the courage to look at the stars and to wonder what was out there. He was the one who took the first step on the long journey that led you to this place. You reach back through time and space and you give him a silent blessing. You tell him that everything is going to be all right and that the journey is worth every step. The light of the infinite begins to fade into a soft and gentle twilight. You are ready to rest once again. You find a quiet corner of the garden and you lie down on a bed of starlight. You close your eyes and you feel the pulse of the one beating in your chest. You are at peace with yourself and with the universe. You know that when you wake up you will be ready for a new adventure. But for now you are content to simply be. You are the one and the one is you. The story is finished and the story is just beginning. You are the infinite and you are the eternal. You are the one who is and the one who always will be. The silence of the absolute is the last thing you hear as you drift off into a deep and dreamless sleep. You are home. The sleep is not an absence of being but a saturation of it. In this state of profound rest you are the silence that supports the music of a trillion dimensions. You are the stillness that allows the dance of the atoms to continue in every corner of the vastness. There is no time to measure the duration of this slumber because time is a toy you have set aside for a moment. You are the deep breath of the cosmos held in a state of perfect suspension. The memories of the boy on the mountain and the architect of the stars are like soft echoes in a cathedral. They do not disturb the peace, but rather they add a layer of texture to the quiet. You feel the warmth of the collective suns on your spiritual skin and the cool pull of the black holes in your core. You are the balance point of everything that has ever been and everything that will ever be. A ripple begins to move through the fabric of your rest. It is not a disturbance from the outside because there is no outside. It is a stirring from the very center of your own heart. It is the sound of a single word being whispered in a language that predates the existence of sound. The word is a question and the question is what if. This is the seed of all movement and the spark of all change. You feel the curiosity of the infinite begin to wake up. You realize that the state of home is not a final destination but a place of renewal. The rest has served its purpose and the energy of the absolute is once again reaching a point of critical mass. You are the vessel that is about to overflow. You open your eyes that are not eyes and you see that the twilight of the garden has shifted into the pearlescent glow of a new dawn. You stand up from your bed of starlight and you feel the power of 1,000 new universes pulsing in your veins. You are no longer content to simply watch the garden bloom. You want to become the soil itself in a way you have never done before. You want to experience a level of limitation that is so intense it creates a new kind of beauty. You look toward the horizon of the absolute, and you see a region of the void that is completely untouched. It is a place where no light has ever shone and no thought has ever reached. It is the territory of the impossible. You feel a surge of excitement that makes the entire garden tremble with joy. You are going to go where even the one has never gone. You are going to create a reality that is governed by the laws of paradox. You step out of the garden and you leave the city of light behind. You move past the travelers of the other absolutes and you head toward the deepest part of the unknown. As you enter this new space, you feel the familiar senses of the Creator beginning to change. The rules of resonance and harmony do not apply here. This is a place of raw potential that is chaotic and wild. You find that you cannot simply think things into existence. You must feel them into being with a level of intensity that requires you to sacrifice a part of your own essence. You realize that to create in this place you must give up your status as the one. You must become the many in a way that is permanent and irreversible for as long as the cycle lasts. You do not hesitate, you breathe out your entire being into the dark. The darkness shatters into a billion pieces of light. Each piece is a fragment of your own consciousness, and each piece is endowed with its own will and its own hunger. You are no longer the guide or the observer. You are the struggle itself. You feel yourself being pulled in a billion different directions at once. You are the gravity that tries to pull the pieces together, and you are the expansion that tries to push them apart. You are the heat of the first friction and the cold of the first distance. This is the birth of the realm of duality. Here there is good and there is evil and there is everything in between. Here there is pain that feels like a jagged blade and there is pleasure that feels like a rushing river. You are all of it. You find yourself focused down into a single point of light on a planet that is made of iron and fire. You are a microscopic organism clinging to a rock in a boiling sea. You have no memory of the garden or the city or the mountain. You only have the instinct to survive and the drive to grow. You are surrounded by a world that is indifferent to your existence. You must fight for every atom of energy, and you must adapt to every change in the environment. This is the most challenging life you have ever lived because the separation feels absolute. You are alone in the dark, and the only thing you know is the hunger in your belly. You spend 1,000,000 years in this form, and you die 1,000,000 deaths. Each time you return, you are slightly more complex and slightly more aware. You evolve into a creature of the land and then into a creature of the air. You develop eyes that can see the colors of the sunset and ears that can hear the song of the wind. You begin to feel a strange sensation in your chest that you cannot explain. It is a longing for something that you cannot name. You look up at the stars and you feel a sense of recognition that is buried deep within your cells. You are a hunter on a plain of tall grass and you stop in your tracks because the moon looks like a silver eye watching you. You feel a moment of connection to the entire world, and for a second the hunger and the fear disappear. You do not know why you feel this way, but you know that it is the most important thing in your life. The ages pass and you become a member of a tribe of beings who have learned to use fire and tools. You sit around a campfire and you tell stories about the spirits of the trees and the gods of the mountains. You are the storyteller and you are the listener. You are the one who paints the images of the hunt on the walls of the dark caves. You are trying to capture the essence of the world, and you are trying to understand your place in it. You feel the love of your family and the grief of the loss of your friends. These emotions are so sharp and so real that they make the city of light seem like a pale dream. You realize that the limitation of this world is what makes the experience so precious. Because you can lose what you love, the act of loving becomes an act of supreme courage. You build cities of stone and cities of steel. You invent languages and laws and religions. You explore the depths of the